show her the love by getting Will Love, a gift from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobiles.
Powering your drive. 10 brands and locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210T.
Tide is changing for Donald J. Trump. Some good news, economic-wise, rounding out the week. After the media reported it shrank, talking about the GDP number, and now looking at CNN, they said, stronger than expected. That's the headline, stronger than expected. What are we talking about? Well, this is a boost for President Donald J. Trump this Friday morning. All the so-called legacy media, they call it a surprise. Big surprise data. So this is the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. We knew that these numbers were going to come out today, and new indicators talking about the fact that our economy added 177,000 jobs in the month of April. That's great news. The unemployment rate remains unchanged. But what I want to point out beyond the headlines is that these jobs, 177,000 jobs, unlike the previous administration, where a lot of those jobs, it has been suggested, and I've suggested, that they were purposely being, the fluffer? They were being fluffed, if you will, by the Biden administration with hiring tons of federal employees to fluff up those job numbers. These jobs, by contrast, 177,000 jobs, these are real jobs, private sector jobs, manufacturing jobs. So that's wonderful news, isn't it? So we can all take a victory lap. And I'm sure the so-called mainstream media, I'm sure that they'll see this as a positive, right? You see their little sourpuss faces. Oh, no. It's like they're like the hedge fund people who bet against, their own company or their own community. So they'd rather bet against America. President Donald J. Trump signing the executive orders demanding the U.S. Attorney General, in coordination with the Secretary of Homeland Security, publish a list of cities and states that obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws. And so in this one, we here in Philadelphia, will we become a target? Will Mayor Sherrell Parker pivot? It seems like we're dodging this, at least in the media. It's very quiet, crickets. So we're following that one. And I just want to point that out to you, that's going on. And I hear nothing except for some of those sanctuary city advocates pushing this administration in Philadelphia to, bolster our sanctuary city laws. Do you hear that happening? Nope, I do not hear it happening. And I think that tells you everything you need to know. So just want to highlight that for you as far as Philadelphia. I think this Mayor Sherrell Parker, I think that she is complying because she knows full well that here in Philadelphia, our residents, this is not popular to have illegal people here, especially alleged criminals here, but also taking away all of our resources that we so desperately need. It's not popular in blue cities like Philadelphia, is it? And the mayor knows that. President Donald J. Trump signing an executive order last night trying to prohibit, or it does prohibit, federal funding, about $500 million, including NPR, Public Broadcasting Service, the parent group. And so all of that, we expect to see the legal challenges. I will bet they're already being filed as I speak. But saying that the broadcast news coverage is biased, it is partisan, and I would add it is antiquated. We don't need it anymore. And so just like all other media, the antiquated media is dying. We have plenty of new media. There's no reason for us to fund it with our hard-earned tax dollars. So we have all of that going on. And then quietly, I'll talk about tariffs as we lead into our next guest. And our gas cars coming back. That's another one, too.
Ooh, it's a great topic as well.
Gas cars, the battle over gas, those nasty gas vehicles.
Well, I'm genuinely curious what she has to say about that, because in car shopping, we recently settled on one, thankfully, but in car shopping, we've noticed that it seems like car companies are in new cars are largely ditching the EV. I don't know. Is that actually happening?
Is it happening? And also, China exempting about a fourth, about 25% of all U.S. imports from tariffs. That's a headline from Bloomberg this morning. So to talk about all of this as we hit the road with our friend Lauren Fix, I remember our mutual friend Mike Opelka had introduced us back in the day. Lauren, it's so good to have you here this morning.
Lauren, you there?
Hey, Lauren.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey!
I had some crosstalk, but I'm here.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
That's all right. I understand. You'll figure it out. It's all mix minus. We all did this.
Mix minus. We're fixing the mix minus with Lauren Fix.
We're good.
And you're nationally renowned. Everybody knows you. Award-winning.
CarCoachReports.com.
CarCoachReports.com. Yes. So we love you. We need you. So when you see this morning's numbers, we see the tariff news with regard to China. As you look out this morning on the horizon, Lauren Fix, what do you see?
Oh, you want me to read my crystal ball? It's pretty clear, and it's also pretty accurate. So, yes, I'm happy to do that for you. There's a lot going on, and I think getting an understanding of it is difficult. When you read these legal bills and, what the parliamentarian says, it can be unbelievably confusing, as well as tariffs. So I'll try to break it down for you and have you see in the end how it all works together. There's an interesting plan that President Trump is working on. So what happened yesterday, to sort of tie into your tease for the segment, is it was actually Wednesday. I've been waiting for this vote. It's called a CRA. It's a Congressional Review Act. And the day that Lee Zeldin got into office, they were on it. And they put out at least, there's actually like 10 of them, but there are 3 of the main ones that remove the federal mandate for electric vehicles. It removes the $7,500 tax credit, and it takes away a lot of the restrictions, such as bringing trucks to ports to move items from the port to the warehouses. You make it all electric, it just costs more, and it takes a longer time. And basically what it means to you is it costs you more for everything that you want to buy. So all of these were part of this Congressional Review Act, and it passed the House with a bipartisan support, 246 to 164. That's good, because there's a lot of people up for election, and they don't want to go back to their constituents and say, yeah, I didn't vote for you to have jobs here. So they obviously want to keep jobs in their states, in their communities, in their areas. And so it passed with a bipartisan support. Excellent. So now it goes to the Senate, and that's where things get a little bit different. And this is what I have a report coming out at 6:15 today on Car Coach Reports on my YouTube channel. It's also on my Substack. It's on Rumble, and it'll be all over social media as well. And one of the things that I think people need to understand is when the Senate gets it, they can't it's a simple vote of either you make it or you don't. 50%, 51 votes, or 50 if you get need the support of Vice President Vance. So the parliamentarian who makes all the rules and regulations said, you can't undo this. It's a CRA, which is a Congressional Review Act. It needs to be a rule for you to undo it. So yesterday, before they all left town, they voted with bipartisan support to turn it from a CRA to a rule. So that means that we can eliminate it. If they said no and they didn't do that, then we would have to take it apart piece by piece and still giving California the power. And what's important to note, and I'm sorry I'm long-winded here, but I really want people to understand. It is really important, and it's quite deep, and it ties into tariffs too, and I'll explain that in a second. California, way back in the 70s, put together an California Air Resources Board to get rid of smog. Good thing. Everybody succeeds. It was really bad. Things have changed what comes out of tailpipes. Now with diesel-powered vehicles, they use something called urea. Yes, it's the same thing as what you flush down the toilet, and it's just similar to that anyhow. And it makes what comes out the tailpipe actually less dangerous than what comes out of a gasoline-powered vehicle. But today's gasoline-powered vehicles are so fuel efficient and so much better for the environment, things have changed a lot. So a lot of that stuff has done its job. But now we've gone to a higher level of saying you want all electric. And the reason they got the power was President Obama gave California Air Resources Board, known as CARB, which I find amusing because that's carburetor in my business.
Clever.
But just like, it blows me away. I'm a car junkie, so I'm sorry. They got more power under President Obama. President Trump tried to take it away, but it was at the end of his 4-year term. And this is something you have to get on right away. I have no ear of his. Otherwise, if I could sit down and talk to him for 10 minutes or 5 minutes, I could give him a whole bunch of things to undo. But then President Biden came in, and he gave California Air Resources Board even more power. And so now California, one state, calls the shots for the other 49, which is unconstitutional. So never can there be one state that says, hey, everyone's got to have Pepsi, you can't have Coke. Or everyone's got to eat hamburgers, you can't have hot dogs. You can't do that because each state is essentially its own country. They work together under the United States where they all work together. So that is a big problem. However, because they were given this power, it's called a carve-out. Of course, more government things like, pork, essentially. And what they're doing is they're now saying that they've got these rules. Now we want to take that power away. How do we do it? That will take a CRA, Congressional Review Act, and these rules changes. Once it's done, they don't have the power. However, the state of California can still say, our state requires electric cars. So is that going to stay? Well, Governor Newsom is just about done with his term, thank God. And let's hope somebody with a brain gets in there, because that person will instantly say, listen, we get people that live way out. California is not all cities. It's not all LA and San Francisco. There's a lot of rural areas, and there's no charging infrastructure, and it doesn't work. Also, when you go up into the mountains, you lose range on these batteries and no place to charge. Mm-hmm. So it's a huge problem. I will say that I think that it will get undone. I think that California undoes it. New York State, foolishly where I live, will probably follow along, like Connecticut, Massachusetts, and New Jersey, although we can vote those people out. And that's one thing you got to think about when you go to vote, whenever time that is, whoever you're voting for, whatever side of the party, make sure that you do your research, because you'll find that some of these people will say one thing and do another. And I'm sure you report on that on a daily basis.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Just to localize the story, as far as this, 13 Democrats voted with Republicans for the resolution on the first vote that you mentioned, and 10 did the same on the second vote. But notably, in our region here, because I'm broadcasting from Philadelphia, Representative Brian Fitzpatrick, who's in Purple Bucks County, he's a Republican. He was the only, he was and is the only Republican to vote with the Democrats against the measures.
Showing his true colors, isn't he?
Yeah.
Wow.
Unfortunately, sometimes people need to be replaced, or it's because who funded their election. And that's why you're seeing things like what's going on in the Senate when you see Rand Paul and things like that. And I don't cover politics. I watch it because it affects automotive. But here's an interesting thing. So let me tie in tariffs so it makes sense for everyone. Some people are upset about tariffs, some are not. The bottom line goal, yes, is to bring production back here, because we lost our production under the Obama administration and they went overseas. It costs less. But what car manufacturers are now in an interesting pickle that they put themselves in. They were big and supportive of electric vehicles. They take a loss on every single one. There is no profit at all from any brand, not even Tesla, who sells the carbon credits to the other brands. Nobody's making money on electric vehicles. So how do you make money? How do you turn on the lights? How do I pay people? Well, we increase the price of regular gasoline and hybrid cars. And I won't say the brand, but I recently got a vehicle that I have 22 of this vehicle, and they sent me a 24. And I'm looking it over, and I called the manufacturer, and I said, there's nothing different on this car. And they go, yes. I go, but you raised the price by $20,000. And they said, yes, we need to make profits somewhere. So that's what they did. That's why cars are so expensive.
Yes.
So how do you change that? How do you make it so car brands make money and reduce the price of vehicles? Very easy. Bring production back to the U.S. and take away this stupid electric vehicle mandate. Because if you're taking a loss, I'll break it down to something easy. You're a coffee shop, and I come in and say, you can't sell coffee. You can only sell tea. You go, but people come here for coffee. Well, you can sell a couple cups. But I want it to be mostly tea. But nobody buys tea. Sorry, that's the mandate. And that's exactly where we are now. So the tariffs go into place at the same time as this undoing of the California Air Resources Board allows manufacturers to say, I'm going to build cars that you want, cars that consumers want, and I can make money at it so I can expand that. And you noticed yesterday Ford said they're going to stop the advancement of this electric vehicle that they were going to try and beat Tesla at, and they said we're going to shelve the whole project. And that's the start. And once this turns and California loses its power, you're going to watch a lot of brands start offering vehicles that you want. Gas, hybrid, diesel, whatever it may be, and electric. If you want electric, go buy it.
Go for it. Yeah, and it's you know important to point out 10% of the population in America lives in California, so it clearly has a significant share of the auto and trucking markets. And so I will say this, it seems to me, I'm not a car expert like you are, an auto expert, Lauren Fix, but it seems like the hybrid is the way to go until they figure out all of the different technology. So why not just do that? If people want to save on the gas, you still have the gas, but obviously the vehicle is recharging the battery while the motor is running on gas. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer.
I have 3 hybrids in my driveway. I get a different car every week to review. I put all my car reviews on Car Smarts. I had to separate it from the news. The news lives on Car Coach Reports. Car Smarts is all the car reviews. So I have 3 vehicles in the driveway. I have a Ford Maverick, I have a Toyota Corolla Cross Hybrid, and a Mavericks Hybrid 2, and I have an Alfa Romeo Tonale Hybrid.
Nice.
All of them, as far as I'm concerned, are underpowered. They all run on a CVT transmission, makes them loud inside, and they drive me crazy because you can't shut off that start-stop technology. So if you're going to buy a hybrid, I highly recommend getting one, but lease it. Don't own it, because down the road, you've owned the car. It's outside the warranty. It's 5, 6 years old. You know, if you're buying it used, it's different, but you're buying it new. The problem is once the warranty's out and you have a problem, you either are going to have a problem with the gas side, the electric side, or the combination of the two. And the cost of repairs, any mechanic will tell you, is absurd. And it costs more in some cases than the vehicle's worth. So lease the vehicle, great. Get a new one, that's fine, and move along to the next one. But just be forewarned, hybrids are fantastic for doing what they say. They're not performance-oriented unless you're buying like a BMW M5 and you're going to get like the hybridized 48-volt architecture. You're going to get great performance. Again, what happens when the warranty's out in 4 years? You might have a big bill coming your way.
So either lease it or trade it in before the 4 years is up or whatever.
Or whatever. Well, some warranties are 3 years. Hyundai, Kia, Genesis are 10 years, so you got a lot of time on that. But all of the hybrid batteries are good for 100,000 miles. That is a federal regulation. But I will tell you, and it's something that I've done an article on before, and I'd love to sit down with someone on the EPA or NHTSA and have a conversation with them, that the multiplier that tells you when you're buying a hybrid vehicle and it says MPGE, that is a total fraudulent number. They randomly chose a multiplier so that they could compare it to gasoline-powered cars. Instead of saying range, hey, it's good for this many miles on electric, it's a made-up number. It's a total scam on that number.
That's so annoying.
Don't follow that. You'll see a little 150 MPGE. I'm like, what? Of course, as a consumer, you look at it and go, this is sick, but you're being lied to.
Just wanted to get your reaction to this. You know, the White House Communication Office is always busy. They send us just a plethora of press releases every single day throughout the day. But this morning, or this is actually from yesterday, May 1st, from last night, they're talking about the Trump effect. Mercedes-Benz, where it's moving. BMW, what it's considering, adding the shifts to boost production at its South Carolina plant. They talk about Honda, Hyundai, Kia, Nissan, Stellantis, Toyota, all these big announcements. I don't notice it in the so-called mainstream media headlines, Lauren, but for somebody like you, you study this. Is this a small headline or are these big headlines to you?
It's a huge headline. And the biggest one was timing from Hyundai. And I actually talked to Jose Munoz, who was at the White House yesterday on May 1st. He was also there the day after the tariffs, as President Trump calls Liberty Day. And in total, they're bringing $31 billion to the U.S. That is a steel plant in Louisiana, that's expanding the Kentucky plant, expanding the Birmingham, Alabama plant, where Hyundais are built, and Kia is built at West Point, Georgia. All of those are expansions in non-union states. And that's huge. That's going to be a lot of jobs. BMW already has their largest factory in the U.S. in South Carolina. They are the largest employer for the whole entire state, and they're boosting production. So even cars that you see in Germany are made here in the U.S. Volvo's doing the same. That was not announced. Honda, is bringing their Civic back from Mexico to Indiana. So you're going to start seeing a lot of that coming in, and it's going to impact Pennsylvania in a very positive way in that whole area, because it's not just the car, it's all the components, whether it be tires or electronics or seats or seat bases or brake lines and brake calipers and all the parts, exhaust systems, all of that has to be built somewhere. And much of it is built in Pennsylvania, which you would think someone who represents that area would love to have jobs in that area, unless they have money coming from someone else to fund their election. So this is a huge Trump effect. The Mercedes plant expanding is big too, because typically their driveline, which is engines and transmissions, come from Germany, but they can assemble them here. They can build them here.
Nice.
And if they do that, the tariff goes away. And they want to keep sales. So it looks like they're going to do the C-Class and the E-Class, which is their more popular vehicles. Audi's talking about moving to Chattanooga, bringing in their most popular vehicles, which would be the Q5. You probably won't see Porsche or Ferrari building here. It'll never happen in my book, but it's great because even Ford says we're bringing stuff back from Mexico and Canada. And this morning, before we got on air, I believe they're shutting down one of the GM plants in Oakville, Ontario, and bringing truck production back to the U.S.
Woo!
So
That's
there
awesome.
is a huge Trump effect. Yes, good stuff.
Great news. All you hear, you see the bad news, and I think it has an effect on people. They go, oh, man, look at this. It's terrible. Then we hear from somebody like you. I mean, this is your wheelhouse. You live and breathe this, Lauren. It's just hopeful. I mean, it's wonderful news, and I'm glad, we're thankful for you. Is my point.
Oh, well, thank you. No, I'm very happy to discuss this. I cover this on a regular basis on my channel. I put up content that people don't typically talk about. Today, I'm going to go into a deeper dive and explaining the House vote and the repealing of the car ban, because there's a lot of good extra stuff in here as far as trucks and lowering costs across the board. We also have the U.S. House considering an annual electric vehicle fee, which I find interesting. So after they take away the mandate, we're going to charge you if you want to buy one, because you got to cover for the taxes that we pay in our gas taxes for roads and bridges.
It's crazy.
I love it. I'm loving all of this. I love the Trump effect. It's been absolutely fabulous. We're going to see a lot of things going on besides, when the White House summons auto executives to come in, we know there's a lot of good things coming and a lot of jobs. And you saw that in the reports this morning, and the stock market up as we speak now is up over 400 points.
Yeah, it's nice.
So good results.
Good end to the week. Well, we love the car conversation, carcoachreports.com, and that'll lead you to the car smarts and the car reviews and the podcast, everything for Lauren Fix. Lauren, I'm so grateful to our mutual friend, Mike Opelka, who introduced us back in the day, and thank you so much. I hope we continue the conversation.
Anytime. Would love to chat with you about cars.
Thanks, Lauren Fix. She's the best. Thanks for booking that, Dan.
Yeah, she's so knowledgeable. It's fascinating because you can really throw anything at her, and she's great at doing that. And again, thank you to great Phil and O's Mike Opelka for hooking us up with her back in the day. And yeah, it's great to have her back.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, there's so much good news that's happening this morning. And it's almost like I was looking at CNN. They have to dig for the bad news. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's all morning. It's finding a negative angle, and it just feels negative energy. And so that's the bias.
It's got to stink being a CNN producer, just being so rife with negativity all the time.
Yeah. It's like, okay, how do we spin this so that it's negative? And just tell the truth. I mean, look at, if they have an expert on, let's say with the Congressional Review Act, you could have an expert with, who's with an environmental group who says, hey, I'm sure that's what Fitzpatrick locally is saying. I'm sure he's saying, hey, these are watchdogs and we want to be careful with environmental watchdogs. Okay, I'm all for that. I'm all for the environment. But there are different ways to do it rather than just straddling business with these ridiculous regulations that send jobs overseas. But there's still a way, by the way, we still have oversight with regard to our environment. I cherish the environment. I don't use, I use Natural Lawn of America, for crying out loud. It's all natural. Even for my weeds, you know what I get? The 20% vinegar. I don't know if you've ever tried this, but there no. So in my yard, I just want you to know that about me. I'm not I am a freak about environmental stuff. I'm out there with my sprayer with the vinegar. That's the strongest thing I'll use outside. And I have hummingbirds and bees and butterflies and all that good stuff. So I believe in taking care of Mother Nature.
How do you
and the
have time
environment
for all this?
You know what?
What? You don't have any time in your day
I
to
know.
put together a sprayer of 20% vinegar, but it fascinates me because you still do.
You know what? Last night it was getting dark, and it's just like my little therapy to run out in the yard barefoot, no, you know what I mean? No phone, no nothing, and I'm spraying.
Are you
vinegar.
one of those types that are just unable to relax?
I know, I am.
Yeah. You just can't sit down on a couch and take a breath. You got to always be doing something.
And
Makes sense.
Larry will tell you, we'll go on a road, we'll go to the shore, whatever. And he's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm cleaning out my pocketbook. I'm, because I'm a passenger in a vehicle."
Just chill, dog.
He's like, "Will you just sit still and let's talk and listen to music?" I'm like, "I can multitask. I can talk. I can still talk and have the conversation, but I'm doing something else."
For the sake of your mental health,
Yes.
though, Dawn, just take a breath.
I used to do my nails until Zioli would one time, because I had my emery board.
Yeah.
And Zioli was like, "Are you filing your fingernails?" I was like, quietly.
He's wanting to call you out on those kind of
I
things.
know, Rich. He's going to totally call you out.
That's great.
Oh my gosh, Dan. I hope you guys have signed up for next Tuesday. I hope you'll come out for the Pints and Politics, or Politics and Pints. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We're going to have a blast. All right, we got to take a break. We will take the break. We'll get your calls, 855-839-1210. There's so much news to talk about. Local, oh my gosh, this Delco
DOGE.
story. The DOGE.
The DOGE.
We're going to go through that. This is incredible. I'll give you my take on that one. But, we were talking about, obviously, with our auto car fix lady, our friend Lauren Fix. So that really brings me to where I'm broadcasting from, the Piazza Premium Automobiles studio. We thank you, Piazza, for being the wind beneath our wings. And my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're always featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking Mercedes-Benz, just in the headlines, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Yes, these models have sleek new designs, as well as innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles, and they're available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles, they stand out. Piazza, Piazza. Visit them, piazzapremiumautos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Verizon, we appreciate the sacrifices made by our military community. It's our honor to serve those who serve us. That's why we're offering a discount to military personnel and veterans. $15 off your monthly internet bill with a fast, reliable Fios 1 or 2 gig plan. Connecting you to what matters most is our way of saying thank you. Visit your local Verizon store today. For eligible military, approved verification documents required. One offer per account. Fios 2 gig and Fios 1 gig customers receive a $15 per month discount. $99 setup and other terms may apply. Availability varies. Subject to credit approval and may require a deposit.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Come out and enjoy the most exciting 2 minutes in sports. Saturday, May 3rd, the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association presents live racing. First post is 12:40 p.m. Free admission, free family fun, and free parking at Parks Racing. Live music in the picnic grove by Ear Candy. Souvenir merchandise, food, and drink specials, all while you and the family enjoy the 151st Kentucky Derby. Saturday, May 3rd at Parks Racing in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. Gates open at 10 a.m. Don't miss it. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Emmons. A bathroom remodel shouldn't be a nightmare. At Emmons, we make the process fast, easy, and stress-free. Our team handles everything from design to installation, so you can enjoy your new space sooner, sometimes in as little as 24 hours. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com. Don't live through a nightmare remodel when Emmons can make your dreams come true. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audion Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audion is easy to trust. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, DOGE.
It's a terrible song. I'm sorry for forcing this on the audience.
When my kids, when the boys were little, they loved this, so we would like play it in the we'd rock the minivan.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
You still
I
have
love it.
You're fond of who?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I guess
So
there's memories tied to
brings
it.
back fond memories.
Yeah.
Well, DOGE, which is Department of Government Efficiency, but also the DOGE. You know, I love it, DOGE. Well, by the way, one of the headlines, DOGE has fallen short of expectations. Elon Musk bids farewell. DOGE is weakening. Just MSNBC, DOGE is weakening. So just think about the headlines and the misperception that they will perpetuate. They want the public to think that DOGE is going away, that Elon Musk has failed, how much his company Tesla, how much he lost. I think we played at some point, or maybe it went viral, the cabinet meeting yesterday and how they thanked Elon. This guy, I think he will be remembered well by history. He sacrificed a lot to work for free for 130 days. So he's winding down now after the 100-day mark. But let's get to it because kudos to, this is Fox, Jesse Waters, brought in the DOGE team to celebrate them. So not just Elon, these guys who, I mean, some of them look 12. We'll get to the one who looks the youngest, who the media has just tried to destroy this guy, which is a sin.
They all look so young. It's
they
crazy.
They do, but they are young.
But they're so intelligent. Like, I'm watching these guys. I'm like, what the heck did I do wrong? Where I came up and ended up as stupid as I did when these kids are so fascinatingly intelligent.
These are, as far as in the computer geek world, if you will, this is the ultimate geek squad. Okay, these, right? These are some of the most elite, brilliant, talented computer programmers, experts, writing code, like all of that. These are just brilliant individuals. They're majoring in things, like physics and engineering, and some of them are just out of high school and in college. So we'll get into that, but let's find out, what did the DOGE team, the things they uncovered, it's pretty incredible. Department of Treasury.
And the scale of the things that they were buying with taxpayer money, Dawn, is just, it's crazy. Take a listen.
A lot of great work at the Treasury this week. One of the crazy things with regards to the Treasury is that when a payment is made, and the computers at the Treasury actually pay about $5 trillion per year, like crazy amounts, there was formerly not a budget code on there. So if a payment was made, you didn't know actually what it was for. It could have been for anything. Yeah. There was a $4 billion COVID fund in the Department of Education.
$4 billion.
And there was no receipts required, so people could just draw down on it. And when people looked into it, this wasn't us, this was before us.
I'm going to pause right there if you want to. That's nuts.
So think about this. You know how, let's say you get your, I am a longtime Wells Fargo customer, right? So let's say that there's something on there that is maybe an ATM, like maybe you're tapping Mac, as they say back in the day, and you go, what was this for? Or what was this charge? There is, on your statement, there are all kinds of numbers on your, whether you get it digitally or whether you get it in the mail and they send you your monthly statement from the bank. So just so we could think about this, you can always trace everything, even because it's attached to, you get a digital receipt, if you will. So what they're saying is that trillions of dollars, this is our United States Treasury Department, that the place that basically sucks the money out of your hard-earned money, out of your paycheck and our paychecks, every week or 2 weeks, whenever you get paid, over how many years. We're talking about trillions of dollars, and the fact that they can't trace it back to make sure that there's not fraud, to make sure what if it went to the wrong place, right? What if it was diverted and it went to the wrong bank account? There's no way to have accountability. And why would someone purposely do that? And that's why they're it blows you away when you think about this. But I do want to get to, think about you're throwing a party. Where would you throw your party?
Where would you throw a party, Dawn?
What about Vegas? What about Caesar's Palace, for example?
How about the local VFW? That might be cheaper, right?
Yeah, that would be.
No, but not in the mind of the government.
They found that money was being used to rent out Caesar's Palace for parties, rent out stadiums, et cetera.
Stadiums.
And so the one change that DOGE made with Department of Education is we had the simple requirement that if you draw down money, you must first upload a receipt. That was the only change that was made. You must upload your receipt. And upon doing so, nobody drew down any money anymore.
Yes, but we didn't say that we'd check the receipt. You could send a fake receipt. You could send a picture of your dog. Anything. And but as soon as we asked for anything at all, suddenly the requests were like, oh, we don't need it anymore. Huh, that's interesting.
They were renting Caesar's Palace.
Yes, they were like basically partying on the taxpayer money.
Stadiums.
Yes.
Leasing stadiums.
Leasing stadiums.
Unbelievable.
For what?
For parties, basically.
For parties.
Yes.
That's a big party.
It's a big party.
You'd think if you were stealing, you'd start small.
They do start small. But then what happens is over the years, so generally the fraud starts out small and they try to hide it. But then year after year, if nobody stops the fraud, it gets more and more brazen. And every year it gets bigger until they're literally renting out stadiums. What's
that, $1 million to rent out a stadium?
Fraud in flagrante delicto, okay? We're talking at scale.
Can you believe this?
This is driving me crazy.
So this is infuriating. And I do hope that this is investigated. I do hope that if people were doing this is fraud. If you did this as an employee at a company, a private company, you could go to jail for this, right? This is fraud. They knew it was fraud. I guess maybe they would say, oh, well, nobody said we couldn't. There was no, there are no checks and balances. Usually if you have an expense report, you have to submit it. It has to be reviewed and you do have to have receipts. So the fact that he's saying, Elon Musk is like, you could just upload a picture of your dog. We didn't even make demands on what that receipt would be as long as you put something that we could trace it back to you. And what they're saying is, oh, no, because they know it's wrong. Back in the day, my dad was sold like computers and, all kinds of accounting type of, not cash registers, but that kind of programmed hardware. And he would sell to restaurants and different companies. And he would say to them, because they say, oh, we're losing money and so on and so forth. And he would say, if you do this, make sure, especially for let's say a bar or a restaurant or anybody selling anything at all, even a high-end jewelry store. And my dad said, put a sign up that says, if you do not get a receipt, you get a free, and whatever it is, if it's a piece of jewelry, if it's a free meal, a free dessert, a free drink. And to a person, they all said, oh my gosh, we're going to lose money. And my dad said, no, you won't lose money. Even if a couple of times somebody doesn't get a receipt and you have to give whatever that meal is, trust me, in a month, you're going to see your profits hike. Because if they have to get a receipt and it goes in there and they're accountable for each dollar, trust me, you're going to be amazed at your profit margins. They all, to a person, my dad still talks about it to this day, would say, wow, Mr. Stensland, I can't believe it. Suddenly, my profit margins are through the roof. My dad said, unfortunately, even people that you don't know who they are, your best employees, they're taking a little cash here and there or a lot of cash once every customer has to have a receipt, it's really tough to get around that.
Elon delves into the importance of receipts, Dawn, because spending some time talking with Jesse about how things work in Washington and delving into how fraud works, talking about layers of government just stealing some of this funding. And he mentions that a lot of this is actually good stuff. You know, it's good causes, but the way Washington works is by the time it reaches his cause, they're only getting 10%, 30% sometimes of the actual funding designated for them. So it's wasteful, it's inefficient. And he talks about trying to get these receipts and saying, you know, he's reached out to multiple levels of these fraudsters, just asking for any kind of receipt. Here's Elon, Don.
That sounds amazing. And then you actually just follow what are the funds actually doing?
Or send us a picture.
Exactly. And
the send us a picture request is incredibly good. Like Pixar, it didn't happen. And then they're like, and it wouldn't be that hard to just, frankly, they could search for some fake pics on the internet or get AI to generate the pics, but they don't even bother doing that.
So you caught them cold billing fraud.
Oh, I caught them, her advising her colleague to do this because it takes a few days to onboard. So that is being investigated right now.
Caught red-handed.
Generally, like these programs, these grants are going to be like along the lines of save the baby pandas. And it's like, well, of course, who wouldn't want to save the baby pandas? And you know, in some cases, they've got a show panda, which they will trot out for special occasions. In a lot of cases, they don't even have a show panda.
No panda.
There's not even one panda.
Not one panda.
Because we asked for pictures, and we don't even get one panda. And it's like, well, that's a lot. You know, what does $1 billion get you? Does it not even get you one panda?
You really want to see a baby panda?
Yeah, like, you know, like the Ebola money. We're like, okay, well, we agree with, like, we shouldn't have Ebola, you know. Where's the money going? Oh, it's going to Deloitte in D.C. Like, what is an accounting firm doing with Ebola money?
So the critical piece here, and I want to point this out to you, is that Elon clearly loves pandas. I believe...
That's the takeaway, Don.
If they had sent video of the panda mama and the panda babies like nursing and said, Elon, we're saving the pandas, and this is what I think his heart would have melted. I said, well, they were saving the pandas. They're actually doing what they were tasked to do, and so no DOGE needed. Do you know what I'm saying? So
show your pandas.
Show your pandas, baby. So what I'm saying is, it's not his job to decide whether or not the panda cause is a good one or not. It is the job of DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, to make sure that your and all of our hard-earned tax dollars are going to where they were promised to go, are saving the pandas. If that was the mission, then his only job is to make sure that the money is going to where it's supposed to go. It was spent, and here is the proof in the product. So in the case of Ebola, if they had said, oh, look these are all the people we cured, here's all the Ebola spread that we prevented, here are all the researchers that we paid, and here's the report, the 1,000-page report on Ebola, and here's all the good stuff that they've done, then they'd say, oh, wow, okay. So there's the proof, there's the product. But the fact that these people can't even send one photo, and they're so lazy, because you'd think that if it's your job, you would just go, well, let me just go online and through AI, I'll just make something up. What are they gonna know? But they're too lazy or uncreative to even do that. Do you know?
I love that Elon's like suggesting ways to get around his, you know, and they don't even try. You're not even trying.
You're basically you're so low in the whatever. You're such a dummy fraudster. This is how easy it was to take our tax dollars. That you're not even like a smart thief. You know what I mean? You're like a dope.
Yeah.
You're like a big dummy.
Not only are they thieves, Don, they actually went and covered up some questionable behavior that we'll get into after the break. Also, Ed and Del Rand's on the line, our resident rhymesman. I want to give him an assignment during the break. Find a rhyme that relates to pandas. I would love to hear a rhyme about pandas.
If you have the time to do the rhyme about Elon's favorite pets, you will be met
with some Dawn's.
I know, right? I'm so bad.
Yeah,
Ed's family's like, oh, God, now they've got her. So we'll take a quick break. I also want to get into Big Balls because we meet him. You get to see Big Balls.
Oh, okay.
The 19-year-old.
Gotcha.
who this is his like handle. Is like, you know what I mean? He just chose that to be cool. and then remember, basically he got all the network anchors to say that, so it's pretty funny. We'll get to all of that, my take on that. I'm going to tell you something about this 19-year-old that you haven't heard yet, right around the corner.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm headed to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This Tuesday Tuesday. Join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
And he's like, well, that's a lot of, what does $1 billion get you? Does it not even get you one panda?
You really want to see a baby panda?
Yeah,
He likes the pandas. We need to send him a stuffed little panda teddy bear, Yeah. It's just a teddy bear, that Elon. I love it. So we'll continue on with more of that, and I'll share some information with you about some of the background, really impressive background, but one of these individuals in particular, he's just turned 19. Think about that. He's a freshman in college, brilliant in the like I say, the Ultimate Geek Squad community. He's known, famous for the fact that he is just a brilliant teenager, and yet you'll never hear that from the media. They just take horrible, mean pot shots at him. It's a sin. Let's get to our friend Ed. Let's see if he had the time to come up with a good rhyme. Hey, Ed, happy Friday.
Oh, for you, Dawn, always a good rhyme because you're always on time.
Woohoo!
Hey, and you know what else? When you went away, I hardly knew what to say.
He was silent for just 2 weeks.
I'm so glad you're back again today. Now, look, I got a rhyme for Trump and the economy. So, look, Trump, right, is bringing the economy back because he's on track, man.
Woo!
Did you do my panda rhyme, Ed?
Oh, I can give you a panda rhyme.
Yeah, give me a panda rhyme.
What is panda rhyme?
I had to handle the scandal with the panda.
You can't rhyme panda with scandal.
I love it.
Well, hey, I was trying, and I'm not lying.
Good effort, Ed. Good effort.
Good job.
All right, well, hey, if Dan the man gives me credit, boy, I'm in good shape.
Amen. Have a blessed Friday, my brother.
Thank you, Ed.
This is awesome.
too. You know it.
I'm going to put to bed that Ed.
Put to bed that Ed. We love him. So we'll get to more of the DOGE report. You've heard it now that DOGE, they're revealing that the Department of our Treasury Department spending $5 trillion. This is your money. These are the dollars, hard-earned dollars of Americans. $5 trillion spent without any budget codes. In other words, a blank check. And the allegation here is fraud. So you'll hear more about that around the corner. So much, oh my gosh, the Delco story. I have to delve into the alleged Delco duty, the Delco pooper. That's what they're calling it. A road rage story that you've never heard one like this one. Nope.
Yeah.
It's messy. I feel bad for the people at the car wash of the alleged victim because that hood was brown, kind of a yellow-brown mustard, splotched with what happened there in Delco.
Ew!
Yeah, it's nasty.
Yeah, that descriptive nature of your...
That's nasty.
Yeah.
So we'll get into all of that.
On the way out, Dawn, let's hear from United States Secretary of Labor Lori Chavez-DeRemer on the great jobs numbers.
But I know the president has a plan. He does a wonderful job at doing it. He's a master negotiator, as we've seen, and that's why you're seeing these companies reinvest for these fair trade practices. And at the end of the day, we're going to see our American workforce grow, and people are going to keep more of their hard-earned dollars as we continue to upskill and reskill our American workers.
We'll be right back.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power of One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Yes, we have good news this Friday with a jobs report that shows growth, adding jobs, 177,000 of them. And this is not a fluffed up number. These are manufacturing jobs. These are private sector jobs, not government jobs, as DOGE continues. Just want to wrap up this little DOGE section as we talked about the revelation by the DOGE group of data guys. These are like Doogie Housers, if you will. So we got to meet them last night, thanks to Fox News. Jesse Waters, I got to give it to him because he gets the whole team there. I want to point out to you that Elon, as a special employee, he is exiting, and he's got companies to run. He did not gather a paycheck for this job and took a lot of heat. He just was ripped and continues to be ripped and hated in the media. And as well, I did see one number that, Tesla has suffered terribly as far as their numbers, year-to-year numbers. We'll get into that. But let's get back to DOGE, and we'll talk about what they learned. There are some shocking revelations here. This one is, we'll call this the Agency of Peace.
What has been the biggest resistance? Is there one agency? Is there one department that when you guys walk in, they all start fighting you, start hiding
Wait, I thought
things?
you weren't going to talk.
I'm sorry.
But I guess you can answer that question. Sure. I mean, let's. Yes, we've certainly had some battles.
Battles.
Yeah. Who should talk about you, sir?
Nate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Jesse, there's an agency, a small agency called the United States Institute of Peace. It's definitely the agency we had the most fight at. we actually went into the agency and found they had loaded guns inside of their headquarters. Institute for Peace.
I mean, any given company, any given organizational name is going to be kind of be the opposite of the title.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was by far the least peaceful agency that we've worked with, ironically.
Of course.
Additionally, we found that they were spending money on things like private jets, and they even had a $130,000 contract with a former member of the Taliban. This is real. We don't encounter that at most agencies.
Yeah.
What was the money going to the Taliban for?
So as a contractor, they received $130,000 for generic services. And to Elon's point, there was not actually a clear description of what the contractor services were for. But
was it for opium?
Unclear.
Or weapons?
Or nothing.
Or nothing.
or a bribe.
Or nothing.
And you naturally have to ask the question, well, how did we get here? Like when the country was founded, there were only 4 agencies. Today there are over 400. So there's been a 100x increase in the number of agencies since the founding of the nation. And thanks to President Trump, he's now signed 2 executive orders to start to reduce the number of agencies in the government, and the Institute of Peace was one of them, which is why our team went in to try and understand what was going on. And that's when we found all of the craziness, like the weapons in their armory. We found the payments to the Taliban.
Okay.
That's amazing. So the Institute of Peace, well, they have peace, I guess, because nobody's going to mess with them. Because maybe they're Second Amendment people. I don't know. But it is
Were they
kind
going
of
for irony.
Yeah, maybe they're just they win the irony award. That's for sure. But the fact that they don't, nothing is clear cut. You know, think about your house, the way you run your household. Think about any company, even a small mom and pop company. You know what I mean? You always know if there's a contract, and you know what it's paying for and what you're paying a contractor for. It's just your friendly run-of-the-mill Taliban contractor. We don't really know what the contract's for exactly, but it's a biggity big contract, and the American people are paying for it. So who cares?
Well, the crazy thing is, Dawn, it's almost like they did know what it was for, but they wanted to cover it up and hide things. Yeah, take a listen.
Oh yeah.
So
try to hide the evidence.
Right. So just a few hours after we got into their headquarters, we found that their chief accountant had actually deleted over 1 terabyte of accounting records from several years. So you'd have to ask the question, well, why would somebody do that? The DOGE team, fortunately, was able to recover that data with the help of a few great employees at the Institute of Peace. And I think the most troubling thing was they received $55 million a year from Congress, and any money that went unspent, instead of returning that to Congress, they would sweep it into a private bank account, which had no congressional oversight. And that's what they would use to fund things like events at their headquarters and the private jets. And so I think it's a great example because most Americans don't know what's going on at a lot of these smaller agencies. And this is, I think, the most extreme case of some of the wasteful spend that we're finding.
So the agencies are hiding money from you.
Okay, let me just stop it right there really quick. First of all, I had to look up a terabyte of storage just to show you how much data was deleted, but they're not, I guess whoever deleted it doesn't realize that these guys are geniuses. So they were able to quickly recover it. And I remember this went viral. We knew that this happened at the time. Now we're getting the details. But 1 terabyte of storage, what is that? 472 hours of broadcast quality video. 470. So, like when you try to send somebody a little video of your kid on the field and you can't even send it because, video, it takes a lot of space. 472 hours of broadcast quality video. Wow. 130,000 digital photos. That's a terabyte. 150 hours of high def recordings. So here's another one. The entire printed collection of the entire United States Library of Congress, that's 10 terabytes. So 1/10 of the entire printed collection of the U.S. Library of Congress, that would be 1 terabyte if you took 1/10 of it, okay? Wow. That's a ton of data that somebody went in, and I assume that that's not easy, that you don't do that quickly, right? No. If you're trying to just cut out and delete a terabyte, that takes you some time.
And it's intentional, too. I mean, you can't just accidentally sweep away a terabyte of data.
Yeah, that's not like, oops.
Oh, I overwrote it with 700 hours of video.
Now, they didn't say what department that was, did they? Did they say what that was?
I was assuming it was the Institute of Peace, but I don't think they made it clear whether or not. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a little bit more because they do talk
Let's
about,
hear it.
because when you have something like this, you want to hear some repercussions. So Jesse asks what's being done because of this discovery.
Heading into the Taliban, they have loaded weapons in the department buildings.
At the Institute of Peace.
At the Institute of Peace.
Yes.
That's right.
So this is a cover-up when you guys roll in.
This one, yes, a cover-up. Yes.
It's a cover-up.
They did delete a vast amount of financial information. That's really a definition of a cover-up.
Isn't that illegal to delete evidence?
Yes.
Shred documents?
It is. It's certainly illegal to delete accounting records that that Congress would certainly want to know where the congressionally appropriated funds are going from taxpayers.
When you catch them going Hillary style on their computers, do you refer this to the Department of Justice?
In this case, we did refer the evidence in the accounting example to the FBI and DOJ. And we were proud to do that. So yes, we did.
Resistance has shown up in some very surprising places. So, for example, the famous fork in the road email, the deferred resignation program. So this was a program where...
Yeah, he gets into a little bit different there, but...
So just to go through this, it was actually earlier, it was more than a month ago, and Elon Musk had put this out, and I remember talking about it at the time and retweeting it, but he said they deleted a terabyte of financial data to cover their crimes, but they don't understand technology, so we recovered it at DOGE. And this was the Institute of Peace. They were the ones who allegedly did this in a alleged fraudulent manner. But Musk wrote it. He wrote it that they deleted a terabyte of financial data to, quote, cover their crimes. So that's one of these, that's under investigation by DOJ. All right. Can we get to Jesse Waters? He says he gets to a young man who is known as Edward Korestein. He's 19 years old. He's the teenager. If you remember, we had a blast with this because one of his handles or whatever is Big Balls, and all the anchor people, and it was just, they were just getting trolled because remember this? Because all these serious anchor people were going Big Balls at DOGE, and it was a hoot. So now we get to meet him. 19-year-old, baby-faced kid, brilliant. Can we play that?
Yep, here you go.
Big Balls.
It's big. That should be obvious.
Why do they call you Big Balls?
I just said it as my LinkedIn username.
Okay.
Well, people on LinkedIn take themselves super seriously, and they're pretty adverse to risk. And I was like, well, I want to be neither of those things. So I said it, and honestly, I didn't even think anyone would notice.
Well, until he got the job under the Trump administration.
Yeah.
So what do you
LinkedIn
do?
is so cringe.
What does Big Balls do?
Right now, I'm working on some payment computer stuff. So one of our initiatives is to root out fraud and waste. And to do that, we started looking at the payment computers. And as mentioned earlier, there is no accounting of what payments actually go to in the payment computer. So you look at a specific line item, like $20 million. And you're like, okay, well, what is this money going to? And for the majority of payment systems, it's like, well, we don't really know. And
Can you imagine? This is our money that they take.
Is this the most basic responses?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's the most common response.
So let me just tell you really quick before we head to the break. I just want to tell you about
We
him.
begin tonight with Musk and Big Balls.
Yeah, there it was. Remember we played
Big Balls, who work for Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE.
In the one case of the Big Balls kid, a literal teenager.
Big Balls online, Big Balls here that Katie's talking about. A 19-year-old that goes by the username Big Balls. So that would be one way that we could refer to him.
Young computer whizzes, the aforementioned Big Balls.
At least Anderson Cooper says, computer wizard. At least Anderson was the only one who said something positive. The others were just brutal and nasty.
Who among us doesn't feel better about Big Balls in charge of American air traffic control?
So let me just tell you about Edward Korestein, the 19-year-old. He's a college student here on the East Coast. He is a software engineer. He's an entrepreneur. He actually worked for Elon before at Neuralink when he was 16. So somebody who is recognized as this seriously genius kid. His maternal grandfather And in this one, you can look up, he has a Wikipedia page. His maternal grandfather, Valery Martinyov, was a KGB lieutenant colonel. He was executed back in the day by the Soviet Union as a double agent. So he was a KGB lieutenant colonel, but he was actually he had left the dark side, apparently, and he was working with our government to expose the KGB. And they discovered him and executed him. So his widow moved her children, including Korstein's mom, to the United States of America. And so he is at Northeastern University. And I was looking at their acceptance rate at Northeastern, because this is like my life right now with college, acceptance and all that stuff. 6% rate. 6% acceptance rate at his college. The average SAT score, and as you know, the SATs, like the max is 1,600. The average for people who get into this Northeastern University, which is a very elite, 1,500. 1,500 or higher. Like, these are the smartest of the, and by the way, he's mechanical engineering and both, double major, mechanical engineering and physics major. Okay. He's a freaking freshman in college, this 19-year-old. So he's currently going to college. I just want to lay this out. He's going to college doing, like, every night mechanical engineering homework and physics homework. And as well, he's working at DOGE. I just want you to just understand that. To my knowledge, he's still on track to graduate in 2028.
And big balls.
Big balls. But this is how they, and big balls it's funny, okay? But nobody ever talks about the fact that I have a couple of friends, I'm not going to, they were, offered jobs within this administration, and they could have had a job within DOGE. And they said to me, what do you think? I'm crazy? I have a life. I have a house. I have kids. These people are, like, basically eating and sleeping, and they're working around the clock. This is very hard work. This is tedious work. And so thank you to Mr. Edward Korstein, 19 years young. Thank you for your hard work. Elon Musk, we love you. Thank you.
Joe in Hilltown has a great point, Dawn. Hey, Joe.
Hello.
Hey, Joe.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hey, Joe.
We got you.
Yes, how you doing? Yeah, the only thing I have a problem with, like you just talked about a guy that he deleted everything. That's destruction of government property. Why aren't any of these guys going to jail? I mean, nobody. I mean, it's just, if nobody goes to jail, this is all just bullcrap.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Here's the thing. You still have due process in this country, and that's just it. As you are seeing with DOGE, and I just want to make this very clear, that they have a clear mandate, and that is to make sure that each department and all of the spending, that there's accountability, that it was spent on what it was, because Congress approves the money to be spent, okay? That's how this works. So didn't these individuals then defy Congress? Didn't they not only commit fraud, the fleecing of America, but Congress has said this money needs to go to, let's say, Ebola or go to a panda. So in all seriousness, if you have stolen that money away from what it was tasked to do, I would submit to you, aren't you some sort of an insurrectionist, a financial insurrectionist? Why aren't you in jail? But you still have due process. So they are following the process. What they do is they take all their data. And you can see that they're all, a little socially awkward, even with some of the, they're very specific. They're very detail oriented. They've documented all the data. They have now turned that over to the proper authorities, to Department of Justice and all of those individuals who are now going through the data and fully investigating. And then what they'll do is they'll go to the Institute of Peace. So they'll find somebody at the Institute of Peace who's going to talk, who's probably at the lower end of the food chain, who's going to say, oh, yeah, these guys, you should have seen it. We were buying guns from whoever. And the Taliban. They're going to get somebody to talk who's going to testify against XYZ, what was going on. But all of that takes time. Let us not forget that we're still in this week. They just celebrated 100 days. Think about what they found. The data team continues to work on this, by the way. They continue to look at the data. But I also want you to think about this. What did Elon say? Once all of these different individuals found out that they have to show some sort of a receipt, they shut it down. They're shutting down fraud. So can we please just get a round of applause on this Friday for Elon Musk? And they're sitting around a huge boardroom table that Fox set up. But what are we looking at? Maybe, thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you. And we know you've been working your keisters off. And we know that you're doing this because you're patriots and you're fighting to make sure that, like my grandma used to say, save your pennies to spend your dollars. So they treasure all the hard-earned dollars that we earn that are sucked out of our paychecks. And they treasure that. They respect you. They respect me. And they're stopping the fleecing of America. Thank you, Elon Musk. Thank you, Edward Korestein. Thank you to the DOGE team. We really are grateful to you. And I'm very serious because nobody's saying that, and that's a sin. 855-839-1210. We'll be right back.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and ride shares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including online purchases. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval, insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hi, it's Rob Bato with Keystone Window. Are you thinking of replacing your old, drafty, iced-over windows? Before you call Keystone, try this. Call those big window companies. You know who they are. No matter what price they give you, just say no, no. And watch how that price starts to drop. Funny thing is, Keystone's first and only price is lower than the final price they give you. Why? Because it's the honest way to do business. You see, if they lie before they have your money, how will you be treated after they do? Think about it. Call Keystone Window for a free estimate. We'll give you the real price right up front, good for 30 days. Save $80 per window on the best Energy Star vinyl windows made today. Lifetime warranty with labor, financing available. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville, Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah. Got a little jazz feel. So Donald J. Trump signing that executive order to stop the federal funding, it looks like a total of a little over $500 million. NPR, PBS, that's all over the headlines. And Also, we are looking at the Trump budget as he is asking Congress for federal funding cuts. What will those cuts involve? That's another headline. As well, the Trump administration has really, they're threatening. This is a threat. It's not an executive order. Like the NPR was, that is an executive order. But in this latest one, this is the Trump administration. This is Trump really threatening Harvard and their funding. And so he continues to use social media and use the news headlines to get them in line. Will he actually do it? I have no idea, but I think that they know that he's not playing around. And there's what they're saying is get it together. In Swarthmore, we were trying to update this morning as far as the so-called encampment. I had read to you during Kale and Company, just a really quick update there as far as Swarthmore College locally with an anti-Israel encampment. And so the college, again, as of late last night, they were still there. However, they had guys come in and take away their pallets and take down the tents. But then the protesters refused to leave. And so they said, we're still here. So they are threatening now. They've said that they've determined that most of these individuals are not students. And they claim to be a student group that's suspended, that the university does not support at all. So the Swarthmore College really taking public efforts to distance themselves from that situation. I know I'm just throwing this in, but this happened almost 24 hours ago, but I didn't get to it yesterday. This was Governor Ron DeSantis. So he now of Florida, DeSantis is saying he wants to help out with, if you will, expediting deportations of illegals. Here is Governor Ron DeSantis.
We have both a National Guard and a State Guard who are used to responding to different types of contingencies. We're ready, willing, and able to take it to the next level. We have submitted plans to DHS to say, if this is approved, we will go off to the races, and we will be able to do really from soup to nuts, from apprehension to detention, even putting some of our people in the National Guard in line to serve as immigration judges to process this. We can do it. And I'd also say, you hear a lot about due process. We have tens of thousands of illegal aliens in Florida at a minimum that have already been issued final orders of removal, and there's hundreds of thousands of them throughout the United States of America. So they've had a lot of process. They've been ordered to be removed. They have not complied with those removal orders, and that's a very, very high priority for our state efforts to continue to identify those individuals and make sure that they're returned to their country of origin. So I want to thank the federal agencies that have really led the way. It's been a welcome change here in the state of Florida, and also thank all of our state and local partners who worked really, really hard for this operation, but have been doing this now for many months, and we're proud to have been the first state out of the gate. But we view this as just the beginning. We think that the best is still yet to come. So thanks for everyone that's been involved.
So there it is. So
Mustard.
Mustard. Well, speaking of mustard, we'll take it to Delco in a moment. But
Oh, gross.
but what a transition. But DeSantis, I think he makes some good points about due process. They want to follow the law. They're saying they have followed the law. And so that's number one. But number two, instituting the National Guard to help out here, even as immigration judges. I should have thought to have had, I should have reached out to Christine Flowers. I haven't talked to her in a while, and I know she's very busy, but, locally she's obviously a columnist. She's obviously very active on social media. A friend, I've known Christine, we go way back. And so she is as well a very busy attorney. She's an immigration attorney for legal immigration, but she's, very opinionated about all of this. So I should have asked her about that with DeSantis, what she thinks about National Guardsmen and women, if they're temporary immigration judges. I wonder if you're an attorney, I wonder how that all works. And as well, I guess it goes state by state, because I guess the governor is allowed to swear in individuals if it's considered an emergency thing. I don't know that all states could do that. All right, I'm going to get to Delco and Christine's a Delco.
Well, before we get to mustard,
What?
we do have to break.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Darn.
Yeah, I hate to say.
Mustard. It's not mustard that was on a car. It was kind of a.
Are we
it
sure
looked
it
like it looked like a brown mustard.
Oh, gross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's you have to update.
Mustard.
Yeah.
Mustard.
It's only in Delco. Only in Delco would road rage. Nobody was injured physically. The car's muddied up, if you will. So we'll talk about this arrest. And it's gone viral. It's making national news, international news, quite frankly. So Dawn Show continues right after this.
Marvin E. Cans.
And we got to talk about Marvin E. Cans. My guys, they were just out. I think I shared this with you. And I finally, Larry sometimes, like, he doesn't really know. Like, I am tasked with, and if you're listening, I love you, honey. We're about to celebrate 25 years of marriage, but he doesn't know. So I said, so we're redoing this downstairs office, and it's a problem because it's always either freezing cold, right, or in the winter, or it's like steaming hot and muggy and nasty in the summer. And there was no way to really get a proper ductwork in this particular office. And it's important because we have camera equipment, we have audio equipment, right, for the home office. So recently I said, honey, I want you to see what my guys at Marvin E. Cans, he's like, oh, so I took him. He didn't even know they're there. So I'm tasked. So I just want you to understand, when I find somebody good, like, I am like just doing a victory lap. I'm so happy, and I want to share that. I'm serious. I want to share with you. And what a freak I am about background checks. So it's the first thing I ask. Of course, Jonathan Can said, yes, we background check every single employee, and they're local, they're family owned and operated, third generation owned, in fact, an impeccable reputation, military veteran founded. And if you live in that older suburban home like I do, you want to consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. This is the unit that I have. It's remote. I can use the remote. It's unbelievable. And you know what I notice? It's silent. How cool is that? But it works beautifully and efficiently. Mitsubishi Electric is just a terrific solution for that home lacking ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Just contact my guys. Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. They're the best. MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinECans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Mustard. Mustard.
Weather is sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
A warmer and humid air mass continues to settle in across the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny, chance for a scattered shower late in the day with a high of around 86. Tonight, a shower possible early, otherwise partly cloudy and warm with a low 66. And for Saturday, partly sunny, chance for a scattered shower storm during the afternoon, high 84.
Looking to remodel your kitchen? At Kitchen Magic, our products are made right here in Nazareth, PA, so tariff delays won't impact you. We're family-owned, American-made, and this may save up to 30%. Visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Natural disasters, politics, love, relationships, ambitions, and struggles. Add in social media, and we get a concoction that affects our mental health. But what can you do about it? Explore what experts say about mental health and get tips to improve yours on the next Odyssey Conversation, The State of Mental Health. Sunday afternoon at 2 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
I want to call this to your attention. As President Trump, remember when Zeoli was at the White House on Monday? We began the week with, and what a treat. If you did not see that or hear that show, where our very own Rich Zeoli was at the White House the day that the Eagles were there. And it was so sweet because his Patrick was with him. And Patrick, what an impressive little boy, young man as he's growing up to be. But at one point, he asked Patrick, and Patrick, did you see the signs when we were coming in? There were those lawn signs of all these different perpetrators who are illegals who committed violent crimes. So convicted of murder, rape, that sort of thing. The media had really criticized those signs, saying basically this was, littering the lawn with these photos. But the real meaning behind it, and we think of our friend Patty Marin, who we've talked to a couple of times here, as her daughter Rachel, of course, was brutally raped and murdered in Maryland. Maryland mom that you never hear about. But Patty had talked about the media tell the truth. So in that similar spirit, what they've done is they invited the victims' families to come and stand. They stood by some of these signs. And they want you, and they were holding the pictures of their loved ones who were murdered by these people, who were raped by these people. And they want you to know the names of the victims. They want you to know it's important, and they want the media to tell the truth. Here's something that has been released by the administration put this together. This was off of Trump's social media feed.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT for the visual. Go like, subscribe, and click notifications.
My name's Angie Morphine Vargas, and I'm mother to Ruben Morphine. He was executed in the streets of Salinas in 1990. 34 years later, I could still cry for him like if it was yesterday.
My name is Maria Herrera Vega, and I'm the mother of Marine and Border Patrol agent Javier Vega Jr. Our son, who went by Harvey, was murdered August the 3rd, 2014.
My name is Chris Odette. I'm an angel father. My daughter Krisha was killed September 12th, 2014 by an illegal alien in Rockwall, Texas.
This is my son Ryan and his girlfriend, both poisoned to death by illicit fentanyl. I can't bring my son back, but we are doing all of this to save the future Americans from being poisoned to death by fentanyl.
My name is Agnes Gibney. This is my son Ronald Da Silva, who was murdered by a previously deported criminal illegal alien gang member.
My name is Angel Ma Miriam Mendoza. This is my son, Sergeant Brandon Mendoza of the Mesa, Arizona Police Department, who was killed on May 12, 2014 by a repeat illegal criminal. Thank everybody in this administration for finally paying attention to criminals who harm Americans.
We thank the Trump administration from the bottom of our hearts.
Without them, there would be no justice for my daughter.
We're finally getting some justice in this country for our children.
This right here is what should be living here in America, not criminals that are coming in right now.
And so the mainstream media called these pictures, called all of this trash, and ignored it. And in fact, news reporters, who spent an hour or so in hair and makeup, they complained that in fact these photos behind them were, muddying up and messing up their live shot background. That's how they view it. And I want you to also notice something with all those parents and grandparents speaking out. Many of them you can tell by their accent that perhaps English is not their first language. They came here themselves legally as legal immigrants. And I think that's important to understand that the situation with criminal illegals allowed to come in this country, it's the one community that hates this is the very community that recently came here and had to stand in line and go through all the paperwork and do it properly. So we have that going on. And I wanted to call that to your attention. It's very important how the media portrays this. I also want to call to your attention that you remember that wildfire in New Jersey. Now a second person has been arrested with the Ocean County wildfire. So I just wanted to bring that forth to your attention, that wildfire that we had talked about a week ago, I don't know if you knew it. It's mostly contained, but would you believe it's still smoldering? Those firefighters have been working all this time. Now they've arrested yet a second person. Remember, they arrested a 19-year-old in that case. So now a second person, a 17-year-old, has been taken into custody and charged. And because the 17-year-old is underage, they're not releasing the name. The other one, the 19-year-old, is facing these are felony charges, very serious.
It's an interesting thing because a video came out not too long or soon after, and it's an alleged video, but it shows the apparent fire setter along with other teenagers out at a bonfire and the
party
at a party, and the allegations were that he, along with a lot of other teenagers, would go out to the spot, hold bonfires at night. So I've been wondering since day one, is this a situation where teenagers went out, started a bonfire, left it smoldering overnight, or thought they put it out for the morning, and then this happens, and what was it, like 9:30? That's when it started rolling? Yeah.
So, that's the problem is especially if there's a 19-year-old, all the other friends are 17, but somebody is in, I don't know where he is in his life. Yeah. But when you're the 18 or 19-year-old, you're left holding that bag. You're not going to juvie. These are very serious felony charges and carry heavy sentences. So, you have to be accountable. We've also been talking about, I'm just going to give you a couple of headlines. Police in Warminster Township, this is Bucks County, serious situation and a hellish situation for this victim as she was at the Wawa, Davisville Road, usually a busy dayside Wawa. But this, as she runs in and goes into the Wawa, some guy slips into the back seat of her unlocked vehicle. And then when she gets back in, holds her at knife point, forces her to go. Yeah, this is horrible.
Wow.
So they put out the pictures. I'm just going to say it's looks like a white dude, all dressed in black with a black hat, black shirt, black gloves, black pants, and then a surgical mask. Okay. And so I'm glad that she's alive. Held her at knife point. These are kidnapping and robbery charges that this guy faces. But they put out all kinds of surveillance images of this guy as they search for him and consider him to be armed and dangerous. Held her at knife point, forced her to go to these different ATMs, take out money. And thank God then finally, I think he instructed her, and this is kind of weird, but it's that the German club. I've been there before because my son took German as one of his classes. That's where he says to drive there, the German club in Warminster, and he jumps out of the car and runs away. And that's the last where he was seen last. So she's pretty shaken. I mean, physically okay, but you can only imagine how terrifying that would be. So they want to get this guy and beefing up some security and so on. So just want to headline that for. And of course, Dan, we have to get to Delco.
Mustard.
Only in Delaware County. Now, Larry
That's the first thing I thought, too,
right.
when I saw this.
Larry Menti, my husband, grew up in Delco, Bonner boy. We always get the Delco. They're always like, why in Delco? All the Delco jokes.
What do you expect anywhere else, though? Like, come on. When I saw this story and being in the Philadelphia region, I was like, yep, Delco. Yep.
It's a sin.
It's such a great who? So you want to tell what happened here in case people are just
Yes. So
I don't want to step on you. Sorry about that.
No, we've been talking about. This is serious news. I talked about it in Kale and Company starting nearly 6 hours ago. We've been updating this story. So a woman is under arrest, charged with what police describe a serious road rage incident, and apparently there were two alleged incidents where she was arrested, taken into custody, made $1,000 bail. But in the case, they have shown the video, or they have shown screenshots. This is making international news, where you see a woman who's in, and I'm going to call this, it appears she took her pants off after the road rage incident, followed the alleged victim. And then when the alleged victim got out of her vehicle, this alleged perpetrator is wearing what appear to be their big white granny kind of looking underwear.
Yeah.
Or are they like Depends? That's what I'm wondering.
Could be. She might have some kind of incontinence issue. Yeah.
Or something else.
Poop Patrol.
And yes. So what you're seeing, if you're not joining us right now on YouTube, is you're seeing a silver vehicle where she pretends that the hood of the vehicle in multiple spots is a toilet, and this is not like a solid stink pickle.
No.
Okay, this is
mustard.
Yes,
mustard.
A little muddy, if you will.
Would you say stone ground?
It's like the stone ground mustard, the brown mustard, all over the hood of this vehicle, and then even according to witnesses, bragged about the fact that it was quote unquote clean because she didn't have to wipe.
It's disgusting. Like what goes through your mind where you're in this road rage incident and the immediate response is, I'm gonna go drop trowel on the hood of this woman's car, and then it's like she's so proud of it, Dawn. As she walks away, we have the video of that. Take a watch.
This is police escorting her.
Can you tell us what happened?
The lady chased me. She chased me, and I asked her not to attack me.
What did you eat that day?
I have a sickness. You said she chased you? Yeah, she chased me. And I got out and begged her to stop.
Listen to her side of the story.
You got nothing better to do?
I hate to say.
She just dutied all over my car here.
But how does one out Delco the person that
I know.
Because that accent is stereotypical as ever.
So
yeah, she chased me. And I got out and begged her to stop.
Better to do. Listen to her side of the story.
Some of the comments, okay. Somebody's saying, yo, Glenn Mills, it's time for you to secede from Delco. Here's Drunk Phil's fan says, thinking about hiring the Delco pooper to come tailgate when the Mets come to town. And then it's like with the poop emoji. Shore News, New Jersey. Yeah, Delco pooper. This is the most Philly story you have ever read. You have been warned. And the road rage incident leads to a woman defecating on a vehicle. This is making international news.
Who is it that says it here? Joe says she got her bowels in an uproar. Sue says, this is giving me PTSD to my changing diaper days.
Oh my gosh.
And also Newman says, Newman had a great one. Where'd it go? Oh, Dawn normally doesn't do crappy reporting. But Delco stories are indeed an exception.
Newman Price. Yes. Bringing it home. So they've identified her. According to the legal documents, the woman who's arrested, the alleged perpetrator, she told police, quote, "It was a clean poop. I didn't even have to wipe." That was a quote that's in the court documentation. So I'm literally giving you the official court documentation.
She fascinates me.
She allegedly dropped a deuce on the hood of another motorist's car after being upset with their driving, and she's now facing charges of indecent exposure because
Quality reporting there of dropping a deuce.
I'm quoting from the report.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
I'm not making this up. Facing indecent exposure, disorderly conduct, criminal mischief, harassment, depositing waste on the highway.
That's to say the least.
So they did arrest her, and they released her mugshot, and she's smiling in it.
She's so proud of herself.
You did hear her say to the reporters who were waiting as she was being escorted by police handcuffed. So she posted, according to the court documents, she posted $1,000, bail. Her family says she has some problems, some issues.
Oh,
and you heard her say she has a problem based on the undergarments, which appear to be kind of like Depends or whatever. I'm just saying maybe there is an actual anal leakage kind of an issue problem. I don't know. We don't know, but we'll find out because this is going to court.
Oh, you think this will come out in court? I guess it would, right?
Well, the details will come out in court. Hopefully nothing else will come out in court.
We got a break, Dawn.
We have to break. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. And we've started with Crash Proof in 2024. Our concern with the stock market is the ups and downs of the market itself. Tomorrow you could crash and you could lose it all.
It's nice to know that we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the Crash Proof retirement system, we know that our money is safe and the interest we earn through Crash Proof is protected as well.
There's no fees taken out of what we made, and there was no downside.
Crash Proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
In an ever-changing world, it's crucial to shield your retirement future from market drops. Discover how the exclusive Crash Proof retirement system can help shield your retirement and protect every penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The Joe Conklin event, if you have a chance, with the City Rhythm Orchestra, wow. That's Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia sports. Just the number of cues, the number of voices, the number of songs. An incredible night. And the Conklin family, just amazed how many of them perform.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at the Ocean City Music Pier on Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/radio. That's Hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I remember when I was a little girl, I fell in love with the most wonderful boy in the world. I remember the first time he took me to his apartment. He kissed my hand, he kissed my shoulder, he kissed my face, he kissed me and kissed me again and again until finally I looked up into his eyes and I said, "Is that all there is? Is that all there
Is all that. Well, Ruth Buzzy, she was 88 years young, the laugh-in comedian, legendary. She has, her family has confirmed that she had died at the age of 88. And so she was the purse-wielding, slinging, funny gal, Gladys Ormsby on Laugh-In, on the Laugh-In series, among other things. What show was this from? What was that from, where she's imitating
That was
Midler?
from Dino's show, yeah, the Laugh-In.
Okay.
Or no, it's Celebrity Comedy Roast, I think. Yeah,
Aw.
sorry. Yeah.
Ruth Buzzy, funny lady. So she has lost her battle, and her family has said she brought so many smiles. And they said Ruthie was struggling with serious health issues, and so we're sorry for her family, but she sure brought us so many laughs. She has died at the age of 88. Legendary. I just saw that trending. I was like, oh no! I even thought about Ruth Buzzy, just a funny, funny lady. Back when they said women weren't funny.
Yeah, right.
But she really was. Just that physical comedy from back in the day.
Which is fascinating to me because in a day of her, you had Lucille Ball, some just amazing, Betty White, just amazing funny women.
Yes. Rowan Martin, Laugh-In star. She was 88 years young, the purse-wielding Gladys of Laugh-In. So I'm seeing all of these different headlines and tributes. And I was like, why is this trending? So that's why. So she was on stage, in films, on television, iconic American actress and comedian. So some more laughs in heaven, laughing in. Man, we have had the craziest news day today, Friday. We didn't get to so much during the past 2 hours that we covered earlier this morning, but I know there's so many new developments, even moving forward. But we're glad to see the stock market roaring. The jobs reports, Dom Giordano is up next. So have a great Dom show. Kentucky Derby, Broad Street Run. Remember, it might be raining and colder on Sunday morning for that. Have a beautiful weekend.
Thursday, I don't care about you, it's Friday, I'm in love.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial congenital heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Put the wheels in motion to visit CBP on Friday, May 16th at 6:45 when the Pirates are in town and all fans receive a Johnson Controls Zach Wheeler bobble figurine. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. The only thing better than a hot dog at the ballpark is two for the price of one. Enjoy two for $5 on Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO Night, Monday, May 12th, when the Phils host the Cardinals at 6:45. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Hey everyone, Good Friday. What a big day we have here. What a day yesterday, the Dom Giordano show with Dan and Henry. And as predicted, now, if you can find one, you tell me. I've been asking people since yesterday to look on Twitter and tell me if you see any flags there. And they go, oh, we do see flags. Follow-up question. I'm talking about the Bernie Sanders Run Down America attack yesterday with the mob in Philadelphia there at City Hall. A lot of flags. A lot of flags of, well, I don't know, foreign countries and some other kind of debris, but no American flags there yesterday. None that I see. A pretty good crowd. Had to be 5,000, you know. City of Philadelphia left people out of offices, the usual stuff. But boy, Bernie Sanders is a riveting speaker. I fell asleep in economics class at LaSalle. And if Bernie were the professor, I think I would have fallen asleep quicker. The same old, there's no humor, there's nothing other than that kind of halting speaking style that he has, you know, in the air and coming to the end of the sentence. But they could not get enough of it, running down America. I did not also see a lot of what I thought were the building trade union types, the others. You know, these look to me like the federal, use the expression, workers' unions here on the Dom Giordano show, and they looked like the teachers' unions and the like, and maybe the SEIU. I have a lot of sound from it, though. Solidarity was the watchword of the day. We're taking on Trump, and away we go. And it's kind of funny that yesterday, when we had on the head of the AFL-CIO Philadelphia, who invited Bernie, he said after much internal discussion, look, guy was a good guy to come on. We had a good back and forth, but my God, he hijacked it. Come on. They're there to listen to the keynote speaker, some guy named Jimmy Williams, I think. Not They just want to hear the running down of America, how wretched things are in America, how you can only make it through the efforts of solidarity in the unions. You think somebody would say, well, Bernie, how did you make it that you have 3 homes valued at $2.5 million, and there's all the money your wife gets, and there's the fact that most years you make over $1 million. You want to tax that more, Bernie? Maybe we should take away half of it, 3/4 of it, 80% of it. Do those thoughts? No. The union guy told us yesterday it's only billionaires now, which brings us to the Pritzker, the obese oligarch. That guy, he was on with Jimmy Kimmel last night. We'll play you some of that. And they were mocking how Trump will go after him about being obese. Well, I think Trump's going to go after this guy for a lot more. He is the ultimate Nepo baby. He's never done a thing in his life. He's bought the governorship. He's the heir to the Hilton fortune. And that is very substantial. And he is indeed a billionaire. And he's happy to be a billionaire. So how can they be propping up a billionaire, as we heard? Well, because he's on their side, because he's a radical, because he wants to seize all of your earnings. He wants to do anything. He presides over arguably the most corrupt state in the country, Illinois, Chicago. That Pritzker. OO, we'll be calling him. The big 2-0. The obese oligarch with Jimmy Kimmel last night. And Kimmel coming up with all kinds of nicknames that Trump will put on him because of the obesity. Nah, he's got a head like a battering ram, too. That might be something that Trump looks at. But I did ask the guy yesterday, and he said he didn't live in Illinois, the union official, so he didn't know much about Pritzker, whether they'd have Pritzker speak there. I thought billionaires were out. He claimed that Phil Murphy was a billionaire, too. I don't know about that. Now, nothing is complete, though, with the mob, other than kidnapping people just trying to make their way home from work, because we have to pay outrageous prices because of progressives in Philadelphia. And they always blockade around Broad and Vine, maybe a little bit down from that, cutting off all traffic in Center City, about 70 of them after an hour. The police give them an hour. Come on, Philadelphia police. If you or I went and blocked traffic there, right, do you think you'd get an hour before they arrest you as you're tying up the world? Who makes that determination? I've been through this with the Philadelphia police before. I'm talking about the hierarchy. They ought to get 5 minutes, told to disperse, and then move them out of there. Why in the world does Philadelphia believe that you get over an hour and then you have to take them out, and then Krasner releases them just because you want to whine and complain about Trump? What about all the people? And I've debated. I had a minister on. He said, yeah, we have to kidnap them so they'll listen to us. This is the attitude of progressives. Why would the police wait an hour to do that? Why were there no flags there? Why was there a substantial amount of trash there? Why would they block traffic? Aren't those hardworking people they talk about on their way home? Because they can, because they're arrogant, because they think there's strength in numbers and they run Philadelphia. Oh, well, we'll see about this nationally. All right, so that's yesterday with Bernie Sanders. By the way, Trump this morning, President Trump, on Truth Social, said he's admitted now, and it's been a known secret kind of, that they asked the IRS to take away the tax-exempt status of Harvard. I think they'll announce that they have done it. Now, there will be ferocious legal challenges, but why should Harvard, sitting on a $53 billion nest egg endowment, another Nepo baby, or the land of Nepo babies, why should we continue to send them money? Why should they be tax exempt? How about spending that $53 billion that sits there that's tax exempt and continues to go up? Now there, I should have asked, my fault yesterday with the union head, he's a guy that will come back. We'll ask him, what about Harvard? Should they be tax exempt? Should they be able to charge what they're charging? Should they be able to sit on $53 million? Now we have a big horse race this weekend. The most dramatic 2 minutes in sports, the Kentucky Derby, with the hats, the mint juleps. But there's something else, and I might do a side question on this next week. I'll confer with Dan and Henry here on the Dom Giordano show and ask on Monday, because this might be a news story this weekend. It's starting to be. What would you name a horse? What would you name a horse, either for some fun or you're trying to make a statement? People name boats. The horse is more for the ultimate millionaires or billionaires, I guess. Well, there's this guy, and he did it intentionally. One of the leading contenders, if not the odds-on bet, things are flat, I don't want to get into the weeds, is named journalism. And he wants to know, the owner of this, I see lengthy articles today, why are we seeing journalism being called fake news? Why is it so much under attack? 855-839-1210. I thought I'd ask you. You might be able to come in. I might be able to do, and you can help me on Twitter at DomShow1210 or calling in. My big list this week, the top 10 reasons why, quote, journalism is in such dispute. Because these are snotty people that look down their nose, like the Philadelphia Inquirer. I'm sure they're all journalists. We know exactly where their political bias is. At best, they go with establishment Republicans because they're willful dupes. We know they are extremely anti-Trump. We know that they want to dictate from the ivory tower of the Inquirer and places like that we don't agree with them on science or climate or a million things. We're the rabble. They're the smart people. That's what journalism is. So the horse is named journalism. Running this week, not journalists, not one journalist, but journalism. I might lay down some money against this horse. That's how much, now in fun, that's how much this bothers me. That's how much this is ludicrous that a guy's naming it to stand up. How about enemy of the people? Should we name the horse that? So you can tell me if you're betting on the Kentucky Derby. Now that you know the backstory, would you bet on a horse like journalism? Hey, by the way, speaking of taxes, now we're moving into what I think is the meat of the Trump agenda and getting these Republicans moving. And that's that big, beautiful bill that would continue the Trump tax cuts and flesh out other parts of the agenda that are very important, like maybe no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. Yes, yes, yes. I'm for all three. And I don't want to hear, well, the deficit from Democrats. Here's an article from the Center Square, though. If we don't continue the Trump tax cuts, they say taxpayers in Pennsylvania will face an average tax increase of $2,521 if the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act expires at the end of the year, says the National Taxpayers Union. It's even worse. In New York, they would lose $27.45. Jersey, $27.94. Delaware, $24.18. Maryland, $28.06. Oh my goodness, Maryland, where the Maryland man is through, they have really lost their minds. Maryland is worse than New York and New Jersey. Wow. West Virginia, well, they would lose $1,423. And Ohio, $2,140. So Pennsylvania was among the fourth highest of what we would lose if the Trump tax cuts don't go through. By the way, speaking of the so-called Maryland man, and we'll show this on YouTube coming up, the Tennessee police body cam of the Maryland man traffic stop is unbelievable. And it shows the troopers asking this guy, why do you have such blackened windows all around the car? You know how I am about the tinted windows. And he has 8 people in there. Why did you put a 4th row of seats in to this vehicle? He changes his story 3 or 4 times. They bring him in. They're suspecting him of human trafficking. He's got all this money in cash, probably the payoff. And ICE, now remember, this is in the Biden years. ICE does not respond to pick him up. They called ICE during the 2022 encounter. They didn't come to pick up Mr. Garcia. This guy, I said it yesterday, I do want him to come back. Okay, not in the prison in El Salvador. I'm sure the Trump administration has someplace else we're going to send him. And I want to broadcast right from the tarmac where he lands. Hopefully they put him in handcuffs and shackles and then put him on another plane to take him out of here. That's exactly what I want to happen. This guy. Fox says the wife submitted a video, and she still may have it, of him saying, with those protective orders, you know, I could kill you and nobody would do anything about it. And yet Democrats still want to die on this hill. By the way, Harvard professors Dozens of Harvard professors signed a pledge yesterday to take a 10% pay cut to fund fighting against President Trump. They say that 84 senior faculty members have pledged to donate 10% of their salary this year as our contribution to the university's financial resources while it legally contests these attacks. Government professor Ryan Enos said the commitment adds up to an estimated $2.5 million. So, how much are these guys making per year? I know over at Penn, the average was around about $175,000 a year. So Harvard, I'm thinking it's 200 plus. We'll see if they're willing to give up 10% of their salary. And again, now that President Trump put out on Truth Social this morning that he will be taking away through the IRS Harvard's tax-exempt status, that is a good thing. Let's see if they're going to continue to push this agenda that they're willing to give up 10% of what they make in order to pay Harvard's legal bills. So there is a lot happening today. We're going to talk with Paula Scanlon, Penn in the news, because they're on the clock now to put back women as the champions, not Leah Thomas. They're also on the clock to get rid of their violations alleged of Title IX by having Leah Thomas there and continuing to say to let biological males compete against women. So she'll be here at 1 o'clock. We'll go into that. Let me give you the side question today. I think we got a great side question. Today is the anniversary, I don't know how many hundred years, of one of the greatest deals of all time. Thomas Jefferson made the deal. There were people that tried to stop him and said, no, we don't want that deal. You can't make it as president. The Louisiana Purchase, $15 million. That was about 4 cents an acre. It doubled the U.S. land side. I have to offer that up. I know Manhattan, $24 and all. But this was an official government deal. So what we're going to be looking for, and I'll give you mine coming up. I'll get Henry's and Dan's. All-time deals, real or fictional. I'll take off the board a fictional one. Mephistopheles making the deal with the devil. I get great acclaim and riches and all that here on earth. And then I give you my soul. Come on now. You're not really going to collect a soul and the devil lurking there. Goethe, I think, was the writer of that, German writer. Mephistopheles. That's a good fictional one. So you might have a fictional one, you might have a real one. Here's the deal. Here's something to get you thinking about this. It's not down on paper, but isn't the whole Belichick thing a deal? In other words, Belichick gets this young, sort of attractive, annoying woman, knockoff Meghan Markle. She's 24. He's in his 70s. And then she gets to boss him around. She gets to feather her brand. The New York Post has a story that she runs this vast rental empire, which is hard to believe. And she gets to be obnoxious. That's a heck of a deal. So the Belichick and, what's her name, Hudson, that deal, that's going on. It's kind of an informal deal. So think outside the box, as always. It's all in the call. It's all outside the box. Don't just go with the obvious Budweiser answers, all that stuff. 855-839-1210. We'll get you on board. Brilliant idea from Ron DeSantis today, too. One of the problems with deportation is having people go before an immigration judge. Not a full-fledged, like a murder trial. These could be done relatively quickly. And DeSantis is trying to use the National Guard and all those people there that would be able to do that in Florida, and he is then able to move deportation along much more quickly. It's a shame that I don't think DeSantis is ever going to be president. When he runs, he's not exactly somebody people feel is beloved or anything. We've seen that the last time, right? But he is a guy who gets things done, drills down, big ideas, and does them. So his idea coming out of Florida, this is something Homan and the Trump people ought to take a look at to move things along so that we don't have to have, holding people forever and deport them back to Mexico, not to prisons necessarily, but out of here. When we start getting into staggering numbers, we're going to have to move on this. You can't keep people here forever. That's the bottom line. That's what he's talking about. So good for Ron DeSantis. And the president yesterday, too, also signed an executive order demanding the funding be cut for PBS and NPR. Once again, why should we subsidize two outfits that look down their nose at a lot of Americans, particularly Trump supporters, that ought to support themselves? It's a pretty obvious thing. Now, we'll see all the legal challenges, et cetera. We know that. It's not a done deal yet, but he is moving on so many fronts that it's unbelievable. My favorite story yesterday, though, is exactly as predicted. You can look at it. It's on my Twitter at DomShow1210. Not one American flag. I scanned it as I was watching Bernie's speech. As it panned around, there were a lot of flags of all kinds of foreign countries there. Of course. Couldn't you at least politically have at least 10 or 15 American flags? What's wrong with these people in the unions there? They wouldn't be unfurling American flags. Now, if those really had been building trades, Johnny Doc, that type of group, both politically and because they're patriots, they would have had American flags. Oh, now we have to have American flags. Yeah, you do have to have American flags. All right, get in on the side question. 855-839-1210. A lot of great people stopping by. We'll have our winner of the week. Get your name into the hat. We draw that at the end of the show. Dom's Money Melody. It all unfolds on a Friday here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Matt in Philadelphia ponied up a lot of money yesterday for the Travis Manion Foundation to golf.
It was an unbelievable day for solid athletes, well, just regular guys. I think we spent more tipping your bartenders than I did to buy the event.
There he is, Matt in Philly. By the way, such a touching moment, too. After Ryan Manion spoke and gave a speech, and then Tom Manion did as well, they played the national anthem as they do every year. Everybody just taking their hat off, looking up at Old Glory. Beautiful day. What a sight. Great stuff.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying,
will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-568-4433. 800-568-4433.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville, Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
All right, good Friday, everyone. It's Dom time. That music might be, the timeshare guy there. There's a deal. I went back and looked up the Louisiana Purchase because this day in history, we did the deal for that with Jefferson, probably his greatest accomplishment. Well, wait a minute. How about the Declaration? I don't know. I could argue the Louisiana Purchase, it doubled the size of the United States, $15 million for 4 cents an acre. That's a pretty good deal. So we're looking for that all-time deal in whatever way that you see it. And, the deal with the devil, Mephistopheles, famous issue. We still use that today. Could be real, could be fictional. And I think Belichick's got to know some deals are not down on paper. Think outside the box. Doesn't Belichick have a deal with this woman in their minds, which is she's hot, she's 24, she revives me. I'll put up with being a laughing stock of the world now. That's the deal.
I mean, the deal might be even more that she's gotten $9 million in real estate now that they've been going out.
Well,
so that's quite a deal, too.
I'm putting this woman now on the cusp of being in the league of Meghan Markle I seethe every time I see her. I mean, she is beyond insufferable.
It's crazy, the 180, it's kind of turned, and, I don't know, it feels like maybe a year. It's like, oh, this is cute. And now it's like, oh, man, Bill's got to get out of this.
Well, once you see the woman, Charles Barkley giving love advice. Oh, my God, right. All right, so yesterday, the Bernie rally, I'll play you one of the money cuts. Bernie has got to get new material. It looked like the same crumpled notes. The only thing different about it is he waves that figure in the air, and then comes to the end to put the period in. That's it. No humor, nothing. And the same tired thing. And the point I made in the opener, I did see flags, but they were flags of foreign countries or flags of indeterminate groups that were there. Not one American flag. Guy we had on yesterday was great to come on. I mean, he's coming into the Lions, and when we had a good back and forth. But don't you think you'd put American flags there? They're not going to wave American flags at people who were at that rally yesterday. And you know what the tell is on their selfishness and what they're about that they don't get about America? Is it American? And I should have asked him this question. I mean, there's so many questions. Blocking traffic, again, we just wanted to get out of Dodge after the show yesterday because we know what happens. Blocking traffic again at the Broad and Vine area. There's a vortex there. There's a nexus there. And they block it there so that the whole world ends. And the police, according to one report that I see, shame on the police. Come on, Commissioner Bethel. I would tell you face-to-face next time we have you on, if ever. You let them do it for an hour? Why did they get an hour to do stuff like this? They are the mob. That's all that they are. That's the Democrat Party mob. They are a mob. Working people. What about the working people who worked all day and just want to go home? Well, they have to hear our message. That's called kidnapping. And in most places, a well-run city would not allow them to do it, would arrest them on the spot and clear them out in under 30 seconds. Bring in the horses, bring in everybody. Get them the hell out of there. I didn't have a chance to see the trash this morning. I was doing Inside Story, but I'm sure at City Hall they probably have bulldozers cleaning it up. They give themselves away, and they wonder why Trump wins. If that's the best they have, the stuff that Bernie was saying yesterday about this. And when we had the union head on yesterday, and I asked about Pritzker, who was on with Jimmy Kimmel. Here's a little bit of Jimmy Kimmel palling around with Pritzker last night. This is cut, let's see. Oh, okay. All right. If you go to, maybe it's on Gravy and still, but Pritzker was on, the governor of Illinois, and Jimmy Kimmel went through a whole list of the nicknames that Trump is going to give him because he's obese, very obese, and a billionaire, and a Nepo baby. He's never done a damn thing in his life. And yet he's one of their great hopes to put out there. We talked about that yesterday. Well, if it's our guy, then, he's for the people. We're going to put him out there, despite being a billionaire, never doing anything. He's on the inheritance list of Hilton. So Jimmy Kimmel had him on, though. They're testing this guy out as the billionaire, Great Hope. Listen to the nicknaming part.
You know he's going to give you a nickname, and it's going to be a mean nickname. And so we're talking before the show, and I suggested that maybe we come up with some nicknames for you that you can give to him, because you just don't want a lame one, Nobody wants a lame nickname.
So you think he's going to pick the least lame of the...
No, he'll probably pick the most lame.
Okay, all right.
But I think this is kind of like Eminem in 8 Mile, where, he insults himself and wins the rap battle. Okay?
I'm ready. I mean,
all right. You're Eminem. There you go. There's some...
Oh, I get to read them.
Well, yeah, unless you want me to, I'd be happy to.
I can do it. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You ready? Here's the list. JB Pizza.
Mm-hmm.
I like this. JB Back Ribs.
JB Back Ribs. Could be a song with that, too,
Trump. JBLT.
Uh-huh.
J Biggie. JB the Hut. J Pritz his pants cur. Pritz crackers. Governor Big Shorts, and JB the Refrigerator Pritzker.
Now that's a pretty
like
good one.
that.
That's got some Chicago Bears in there.
No, I think he's just going to do what he did with Chris Christie. Now, he's not a tough guy, just a slob. He's going to do that with Pritzker. I don't even think he'll deign to give him a nickname. He'll go after the fact, what's this guy ever done in his life? Why are they touting them? I thought they're the party, we were told yesterday, that hates billionaires. So yesterday, this big rally right here on May Day. Just taking a look at it with Bernie. That's all that you need to see. Meanwhile, AOC was out there, and here is Mark Neeson, cut 23, talking about her rally on May Day and saying all she needed to do was utter the words of Marx. That's all Bernie did yesterday. Here's Mark Neeson breaking down her rally.
Today's May 2nd. Yesterday was May 1st. Exactly. It is May Day, and we found Bernie and AOC in Philadelphia at the May Day rally there. Give this a look here. Watch.
I'm not going to tell you that the struggle in front of us is easy. The oligarchs own the economy. They own the media. They own the political process. That's the reality.
We stand here together, united, to say that the billionaire class should be afraid of the power of labor and everyday workers across the country.
So, Mark, I was watching that. Are they getting anywhere? Are they building a grassroots organization from these appearances?
Yeah, I was waiting for her to scream, "Workers of the world, unite." This is, first of all, May Day is a communist holiday. Number two, they've basically lost the working class to Donald Trump. The Republican Party is now the party of the working class. And third, this weird obsession with oligarchs. They are actually trying to create an oligarchy of government. They want to be the oligarchs that control your money, that take your money, that bring it in under the control of a small cadre of elites in Washington who decide how it's spent, how you live your lives, what schools you go to, what stoves you use, what cars you drive. They just don't want to earn the money the old-fashioned way. They want government to take it from you and concentrate it in their hands so they can decide how it's spent. So they're the real oligarchs. Bernie Sanders and AOC are aspiring ones. They just don't have the talent of people like Elon Musk to make the money. They have to steal it from you through the IRS.
That was me.
That's well put. By the way, Dan was telling me here, we're rushing over from taping the show, the DOGE stuff. The DOGE boys were on with Elon Musk last night. And here's the question I have. I mean, they've made their mark, without a doubt. Some of them had riveting stories. What do we have to do? What do I have to do to get the Republicans in Pennsylvania and New Jersey to just put their own DOGE thing together? I mean, we can rail against the Democrats all they want. True, it just did. Why in the world don't we have that Jersey? They passed a resolution, passed a law. Here in Pennsylvania, all they need, and we could recruit them. I bet we have among listeners a bunch of people in their mid to late 20s who'd want to sign up for the Dan and Dom DOGE boys to just go there, Harrisburg, for a half hour probably, or New Jersey with any records, any kind of search, and they'll find millions and millions of dollars. We'll help. We'll tell them, this is a nugget. If you tell people they spent money in Jersey government or Pennsylvania government on this, that's it. You just go down Broadway with it. That's all that you need to do. Again, take the model nationally. Yeah, I mean, there were some things that you could argue they were wrong at. They did this, they did that. But overall, it's a huge success to move government. And you know, in Pennsylvania and Jersey, remember Josh Shapiro got caught up with this fancy thing for his dog to come in and out in the door, and fancy fireplaces and a whole bunch of stuff. It's just one right there. You mean to say these Democrats in Jersey are not spending money unbelievably? Remember when Phil Murphy redid The Office and said, well, it's not for us, it'll be here for others, and it was $1 million. The wife had to have her office redone. You mean to say there's not fodder there? Come on, guys. Just do what they did in Washington. Now, there might be something they unearthed that's worth billions or trillions, billions of dollars, potentially, or at least 10, 15, 20 million. All right, side question today. And again, try to think outside the box on it. Don't take the more obvious. Henry, what are you taking off on all-time deals, real or fictional, like Metastopheles?
So I'll take a real and a fictional one off the board.
Yes.
The artist formerly known as Dollar Dog Night. An all-time deal until, just 2 seasons ago. It was Luis Arraez hit a cycle for the Miami Marlins, and the Phillies' effort that game was lackluster, so it devolved into fans throwing their Dollar Dog wrappers onto the field.
I thought they threw the hot dogs on there.
Yeah, a lot of hot dogs in there too. Because I mean, basically, what it was is that there were never enough hot dogs for anybody.
Right.
So they just bump out like 20 at a time or whatever kiosk. Then the first person in line would just grab all 20 and walk back to their seat. So the lines took forever.
Right.
But you know what? If you did end up getting hot dogs towards the beginning of the game, it is a good deal. And the other one I'm going to take off the board here, because SpongeBob has turned 26 years old, I'm going to take off an infamous deal where Mr. Krabs sold SpongeBob to the Flying Dutchman for a measly 62 cents.
Oh, that's a pretty good deal.
And then the Flying Dutchman proceeded to return him just a mere few seconds later because he was very annoyed by SpongeBob.
Now, those are great. They're new. They're outside the box. Don't hit us with the budge wire of answers today, okay? We can't take them all off. We're not going to spend a half hour saying this. Think of the main ones when something like this comes up. We're not going to go with that. Dan, how about you?
I'm going to take you back to 2001, Dom, the year of 2001, when Eric Bischoff, who's in the news right now, was the producer for WCW, and he was able to organize a group, Dom, put together $70 million to purchase WCW. But some reason, somehow, it falls through. WCW loses their TV deal. WWF swoops in and buys it for a measly $4.2 million. So from $70 million to $4.2 million, WWF purchases WCW and becomes a monopoly in the world of sports entertainment and wrestling.
Put Vince McMahon in charge of DOGE since Elon Musk is leaving now. Can you imagine with this guy? Not only would he be making deals. All right, Saudi Arabia, we'll wrestle there 2 times a year.
How about we put Linda McMahon in charge? Because if you actually look into it, though, even the WCW deal, a lot of it was brokered by none other than Linda McMahon. And she was really the business mastermind behind the scenes of WWF as they became the monopoly that they've become.
Didn't know that. You were busy for our parking space. But, Henry, you heard, do you think I've lost my mind? I am rooting against a horse this weekend.
I heard. Have you seen journalism?
No, I don't care. It could.
I saw a thing on SportsCenter this morning.
I've seen journalism too.
Yeah. I saw just a little excerpt they had on SportsCenter today, and they were showing the favorites, and I saw journalism before I knew it was a favorite. I'm like, that's the horse, and then they put the odds up. I'm like, oh man, they're the odds-on favorite. I
hate to be rooting against a horse, but the journalism word gets me not just in the era of Trump. My God. And the guy said, that's one of the reasons he did it. He wanted to name it journalism. Journalists are under attack. He's tired of hearing about fake news. I hope he loses by a nose. Then we'll say fake news.
It's going to be hard to beat that horse. That is a good-looking horse.
Well, in my mind, I can see Secretariat somewhere.
See the muscles on that thing?
I can see Secretariat somewhere laughing. Beat it by 20 lengths.
All-time best athlete, Secretariat?
I think so, without a doubt.
Cheater.
Coming down the back stretch at the Belmont. The jockey's just there for the ride. The horse is this show. All right, 855-839-1210. You can get on board right now. Jump in, hit us, and come on, outside the box, not the stuff you may have heard before. Louisiana Purchase today, all-time big story. Double the size of the country. Hit us with that. Did you see any flags yesterday? And are you rooting against journalism as a horse because of this notion? Oh, they'll be celebrating. You'll see it. It'll be on the Tonight Show. Colbert will do a whole riff on it on Monday night. Hey, it's said that you just don't visit Sicily. We say it. What I've seen of Sicily and the details of our trip, you're going to want to go back again and again. Let's go there the first time, though, and you'll see what we're talking about, because everybody in the world has been to Sicily, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, the Romans. What's the attraction? It's Mediterranean Europe. It's Sicily and Calabria this fall, the unparalleled beauty of the sun, the sea, and we're headed with our buddies, Conservative Tours. All this, $55.44, including airfare, the dining events. They're the real deal. The actual places in Sicily, the food, the wine, and you're with Talk Radio 1210 listeners. You can't beat that. Bustling Palermo, Savoca, Taormina, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. Giuseppe talked about the volcanoes a lot. It's all there. It's going to be a blast. Here's what you do. Call them now to get all the information or sign up, 888-733-9494, or the website will start you off, conservativetours.com.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here, and every month we shine a spotlight on an outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. Be here Wednesday, May 7th, as we honor U.S. Army Reservist State Senator Tracy Pennyquick. Our Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com. That's Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been with Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Crozer Chester Medical Center closes its doors for good today, ending generations of healthcare in Delaware County. Prospect Park police have charged a woman they say is seen on video defecating on another car. And runners descend on Center City to start the pre-race festivities for Sunday's Broad Street Run.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it's Dom Giordano's show. Coming up, well, I'll give you a couple right now. I think this is a hit piece on John Fetterman because occasionally he swerves into something that's reality, like Israel. So an outlet called The Intelligencer talks with his staff, many of them progressives who are just attacking him. They say he allegedly walked into traffic and was almost hit by a car. Dan, you've been with me. I do that almost all the time. What's the big deal?
Yeah,
hey, stop that car.
Yeah, I've almost got hit by an ambulance before. Yeah.
There you go. Check that one off. That's nothing. Fetterman's wife. Now, this endears me to Fetterman. Fetterman's wife, the Yoko Ono of Pennsylvania politics, tearfully pleaded for him to alter his stance on Gaza not long after the October 7th attack. Just weeks after the setback, Giselle arrived at her husband's Senate office, and according to a staffer, they got into a heated argument. They're bombing refugee camps. How can you support that? She said, with tears in her eyes. That's all propaganda, Fetterman replied. Still visibly upset, Giselle pulled the staffer aside. She asked him if members of Fetterman's team were pushing him to take these stances for political reasons. No, Yoko Ono. That's why he got the award the same night that Rich and I did from Zionist of America, because despite all the foibles, despite all the difficulties, this guy gets reality in certain instances. And I'm tired of people that saying, oh, you can't trust him, Dom. You shouldn't say that. When he's helping our side, when he's correct, I'm going to say it. And he is. Oh, he's tricking you. Oh, God, stop it. This guy's not tricking anybody. Imagine the wife, though. Are they feeding him propaganda? Are you guys doing it? Is that what's up here? Is that why he doesn't understand after October 7th, Yoko, when people were tortured and put in ovens and everything else? He identifies with the Israeli side on this, with reality, and several other issues that he does.
And you know what this also proves, Dom? So reading between the lines, she was indeed the one calling all the shots when he was doing his hyper-progressive politics.
Yes, a lot of it. Just
to the point, and to the point that she gets, like, did this lead to what we're seeing now with their, like, I just.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
So if you're a guy and want to keep your wife happy, I hate to say, a lot of times you might go with the flow there, and it seems like the one time he starts going against the flow becomes an issue.
All right. Months into the war in Gaza, Fetterman met with Jeremy Ben Amma of the Jewish Federation J Street. During their meeting, Fetterman said you can't reform a carton of sour milk in reference to the Palestinians, and explained why he didn't believe in a two-state solution. Oh, my God, and he's a Democrat. You can't reform a carton of sour milk, he told him, referring to the Palestinians. He said he didn't believe in the two-state solution, claimed he never met an Arab person who would condemn Hamas. He went on to make statements that shocked people. In opposing the ceasefire, he said, let's get back to killing. You know what? He was exactly right. He's not talking about killing innocent people. He's saying, let's get back to killing Hamas. And that's what we ought to be doing around the clock, every single one of them. What's so shocking about that? These punks in his office and the wife. Here we have a guy who, despite all the differences that we have, sees some things clearly. And to Dan's point, I think Fetterman's still pretty radical on some things. But you know what, Dan? He's not as radical as the firefighter Yoko Ono wife is. And did he make a deal? Oh, she's hot. She's here illegally. Yes, let's say. Was it a Belichickian romance here? Dan, you don't have any more. You said you put the stake in the ground with
I mean, I watch way too much 90 Day Fiancé to disagree with you.
Oh, gosh. Henry, you didn't know that. Come on, Al. Start watching 90 Day Fiancé.
No, thanks.
You won't get this show. Well, I don't get that part either. And Maisie is the enabler of it, apparently.
It's a good show, man. I'm telling you.
She might be the ringleader of it. I recommend, we don't have Steve on today. I recommend the Neil. I recommend the Residence.
You tell me Big
on
Ed,
Netflix.
Go watch 90 Day Fiancé. Search out Big Ed and tell me it's not some of the greatest TV.
I know who that is.
Yeah.
I don't need to watch. I already got the gist.
I watched his hair with.
Have you? Well, you use Gold Bond. There's that. But have you seen The Residence? No. I think you would enjoy it.
No,
yes, I think you would
what's
enjoy
that
it.
on?
Netflix.
Okay.
It's this black woman detective that I've never seen as an actress before. She's quirky. She's a bird watcher. And
I know this. No, I haven't seen the show, but I saw it. It's like one of the top shows right now.
Yeah,
isn't it?
I like it a lot. We're watching the last episode tonight, so I won't spoil anything.
Giancarlo Esposito's in it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, from
exactly.
Breaking Bad.
Yes, that's right. Oh, wait a minute. Who does he play?
A.B. Winter.
That's Giancarlo. I didn't know that even.
Really? He doesn't look like him?
No. In Breaking Bad, he's Hispanic. Here, he's portrayed as being African American, I believe. Yeah. That's a guy murdered. Yeah. Okay.
Looking, is there season 2?
All right. So jump on board. Is this just another hit piece that a guy like, again, Fetterman can't be for Israel, can't break ranks with the radical Democrats. They get every staffer in the world here now that he said, we ought to just continue with the killing. That's the headline. Yeah. What's wrong with that? We shouldn't continue with the killing around the clock of Hamas, every single one of them. That's the only way you're going to have any semblance of anything, and even that's going to be difficult. All right, I'm coming to you. Again, rethink. Maybe we got a couple people here. Rethink. Don't do the old tired ones. All right, we'll take them, but I see a good one on board already. Louisiana Purchase today. Jefferson was panned for it. Look at that deal. Look at what it resulted in. It's probably the biggest of all time. You can hit us with a fictional one or one that you think is a deal, even if it's not written down. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Big news, Cherry Hill. The Hester Chevrolet family's expanding with our new location, Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. For over 40 years, the Hester Automotive family has been part of the Cherry Hill community with over 600 new vehicles to choose from. Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the tri-state. Explore how we can make your driving experience extraordinary. Visit Hester Chevy at the mall or online at HesterChevyCH.com. Together, let's drive.
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
UnitedTireService.com.
At United Tire and Service, they take care of more than just your car. They support your community. That's why this May, they're proud to partner with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Whether you need service or not, stop by your local United Tire location and make a donation, because United Tire will match your gift dollar for dollar to help bring hope, healing, and brighter days to local children and their families. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Find your nearest location at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville, Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
All right, Scott Jennings looks like he's going to run, if I had to bet, for Senate in Kentucky, and I think President Trump will endorse him, which means he will take over for Mitch McConnell. I mean, I'd love to see that. That is a great guy to have in our ring, but I lose him on CNN, and I lose him. I don't know if he can come on as much as Senator from Kentucky. If I had to bet, I think he's going to do it. And he said today, well, whoever President Trump endorses there is going to win, which is true. That's what's going to happen. So I guess let's hope it's Jennings. All right, side question, Louisiana Purchase Day. Let's go to Steve in Mount Laurel. Steve, what is that all-time real or fictional deal? What do you say?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I enjoy your show greatly, and the guests that you always have.
Thank you.
My deal is actually not my deal, but the answer to the question is the Bobby Bonilla deal with the New York Mets, and he gets paid. I think he's still getting it. $1 million every 1st of July.
Yeah. So, you could argue, well, the $1 million isn't as worth as much if he got it way back when. But then knowing what that guy would have done with the money, it's a good deal. Did you also know, I believe Allen Iverson with Adidas gets $100,000 plus every year, and that's going on and I think it's for life. I'm not sure, though.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can I give you guys another one? Because this is going to be shocking to see because you have Bobby Bonilla, but then you also heard of Shohei Ohtani's deferred deal.
Yes.
Listen to this, $2 million annually between 24 and 2033. And then, guys, $68 million per year between 2034 and 2043. So in 2043, Shohei Ohtani is going to be given $68 million.
But at the rate, if there's another Biden, it'll be worth 50 cents. There's that. So yeah, I mean, that's why they do it. They're making a calculation with inflation. What will it be worth?
And not only that, it's taxes too, because if you defer, you don't have to get there's a way around the income taxes out there in California.
There is, yeah?
Yeah. That was the reason for it, right?
Yeah, partially.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Steve. That's a great one. You mean to say the Phillies can't win? That's the first thing I'd say. Are you nuts? If you're going to play for the Dodgers, their state tax there, I think it's 10 or 12%. It's an enormous number. I mean, enormous of what you would get as an athlete there. So there's that. I think I can make a case against it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to make a deal like that, do it now before the next collective bargaining agreement, because they're going to phase that out.
Yeah. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk with Paula Scanlon in the news. As you remember, the swimmer at Penn now helping run New Jersey. New Jersey registration numbers great for Republicans. We have the month of April. Penn now is on the clock with President Trump to repair the damage they did to Title IX, to give back all the records that Leah Thomas and others took, and to forswear allowing biological men to run against women. What will Penn do? Deep down, I'm hoping they won't. He takes every dime he can against them. I want to see the truck back up down here. How about give free parking for 2 years to people like Dan and me? No, that's too crass, President. You can't do that on Penn's campus. All right, so we'll talk with Paula Scanlon, 855-839-1210. You get in. Got to hit us with something like the Bonilla one. That's new. That's fresh. That's a real good one. Hit us with that, and you might go into the hat today on Talk Radio 1210.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. You all know that I drive a Honda from my friends at Piazza Honda. Right now, you can lease the popular 2025 Civic and HRV, both starting at $249 per month. The Civic offers sporty performance, while the all-wheel drive HRV provides the versatility needed for every drive. That's a new 2025 Civic and HRV for only $249 per month for 36 months. This offer won't last long, so visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today. PiazzaHonda.com.
Leases with $29.99 down plus tax and tax, 10,000 miles per year for well-qualified buyers. See dealer for details.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Much in the news this week. We see the University of Pennsylvania here locally, as I said, on the clock. Not up there quite with Harvard, where President Trump has said, all right, he's had it. He's going to take away their tax-exempt status, which is a good thing. Paula Scanlon is the person who lived through this, came out and talked about it at Penn with Leah Thomas. And as I understand it, there's several things the Department of Justice wants from them. Otherwise, there's going to be big legal trouble and, more importantly to them probably, freezing of even more money or taking it away. Paula now has, since that experience at Penn, morphed into being the New Jersey coordinator for Early Vote Action, the Scott Presler group, running that day-to-day in Jersey. So it has had that type of effect that she's publicly involved. Maybe that experience helped to drive some of that. Let's see what she thinks about what's going on at Penn with Paula Scanlon. Hey, Paula, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me on today.
So, Paula, give us the breakdown of what you see the Trump administration, the one that intrigues me the most is to restore to the rightful owners, female athletes, that Leah Thomas took records from, et cetera. I know there's money involved and other big stuff, but that's the one that I really want to see done.
Absolutely. I mean, I would love to see that done as well. I mean, I want our record board rectified. I mean, his name is on the women's side. And actually, funny enough, if you go to the University of Pennsylvania, he actually has a record over on the men's side, too. So quite literally, this person is listed twice in both the men's and the women's category. I'm not even kidding. I wouldn't recommend heading to that campus, but if you go there and look, he actually had a record on the men's side. Absolutely, I would love to see that. But unfortunately, and what, you know, of course, the Trump administration has taken great steps for this. What we're not going to see is justice for the women who were asked to stay home when Thomas competed, justice for the women that were denied the opportunity to be in the A final at the NCAAs or qualify for the Ivy team or any of those records. Those can't be readjusted. Right. And so it's truly the situation. Of course, justice is going to be done, hopefully, by the Trump administration taking these steps. We're not going to see justice for those women. And that, to me, is exactly why we fought so hard for this, because there's so many people that were harmed by this situation that are actually never going to it's never going to be made better for them.
Now, I see a silver lining. I don't know if you would be such a public figure doing this in Jersey with Scott Presler and you're the day-to-day New Jersey coordinator. Maybe you would have been in the industry that you're in, your day job, so to speak. But this, along with Riley Gaines, maybe example, and you were really the first one after that jumped out there and felt that you had to do it. Do you remember the moment where you said, I can't be anonymous anymore, despite with the consequence, you didn't know what might happen to you? It was in that period of time where they might come after you.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I know I wouldn't be working at Early Vote Action with Scott Presler if I did not step forward and do this. Absolutely, that is true. And I was working a normal corporate job. I worked actually for a financial technology company, believe it or not. But it wasn't about that. And I think what really I asked myself when I was put in this situation is I said, do I want to be part of the problem or part of the solution? And I realized staying quiet about what happened was being part of the problem. And I think for me, that's what it really came down to. And I know that the Trump administration wouldn't have a lot of the information on this situation if I hadn't come forward, and they wouldn't have been able to crack down on the University of Pennsylvania the way that they have if I wasn't able to provide insight to what my experience was there. So definitely, I really am grateful. Obviously, I would never want to relive what I went through, but I know I was put in this situation for the right reasons, definitely.
Yeah, exactly right. And again, though, I wanted to emphasize that because we had Paul at that point. You were unaware of it. I didn't know any of the women on the team saying, well, why don't these women just do this and step up and all? And it's easy to say, or their parents. I don't know what I would say to you if I were your mom or dad, because I would say, yeah, we want to step up and we want to fight them. But the atmosphere was such where they would call the mob down on you, and they seem to be almost loving that club at Penn to have over people. You know, the internet is forever. We've been told that, right? And you come out, you're going to be seen as a hater.
I mean, definitely. I think a lot of the things that we don't realize is really how different the climate was a couple of years ago.
Right.
This issue has become mainstream. I mean, even in polling, majority of Democrats, 67% of Democrats don't even agree with this issue. We've been able to see that, but what a lot of people don't realize is under the Biden administration, and when I was going through this a couple of years ago, right, there was no support systems. There was no popularity in this. This is not something that was talked about by politicians or even given a lot of mainstream coverage on even conservative news networks. So that's really just, I think, shows how far we've been able to come with this issue and bringing it mainstream and bringing awareness. And now female athletes, when they go through this, are able to talk about this issue. When I was going through it, there was no room to talk about it. There was no support system. There was no groups of organizations getting behind the female athletes going through this. And so I think for me, that's been one of the most valuable things I've been able to build out. And again, now that I know this keeps happening across the country, at least the female athletes going through it know that they are supported and supported by the majority of Americans.
Exactly right. Now, in your new position here, New Jersey coordinator for early vote action, we saw the numbers again at Save Jersey, Matt Rooney's, that Republicans gained about 1.8 thousand, almost 2,000 more in registrations over the last month. I mean, these things are slow but sure. What are you hearing on the ground? What kinds of things are people talking about when you are helping? And I know you're doing a lot of events across the state.
Yes, we hear about a lot of issues. One of the main issues we do hear about is this transgenderism in sports issue, but also just the indoctrination happening in the public school system. That's something I hear from a lot of voters. Affordability is a huge one. I mean, prices in New Jersey have gone through the roof, whether you're a homeowner, whether you're a renter, whether you're trying to buy gas or groceries. People in New Jersey don't feel like the Democrats have properly represented them and have made living in the state, unfortunately, unaffordable. Something I hear on the ground a lot is people saying their friends are moving out of the state because they can't afford it anymore. And another thing we hear a lot about is people want a DOGE of sorts in New Jersey. They feel like there's a lot of
well, wait a minute, Paul. Wait a minute here. You must be listening to the show. Now, I have the year of you, and I've told Scott this. Use your good graces. We got teased. The two Assembly people were nice. They came on my show. They talked about DOGE, but we haven't seen it. Maybe Scott and you have to. I don't know. Somebody's got to do it because I'm convinced there is stuff there that will be unearthed that's so shocking. And the Democrat who is the nominee for governor might be involved. Who knows? That when people see that, you know how it is. You're into the political game now. Just one nugget like that, and people go nuts.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we are on the ground for the election, and so we will get this done. I guarantee you, whoever ends up winning this Republican nominee, and I'm not picking sides, but I know that we will work with whoever wins out. I will definitely bring that concern up, and we will make it a priority to just make this whole state of New Jersey better. I think that's really what we're trying to do and what it comes down to. And again, I could go on, probably you can keep me on for 30 more minutes, and I can give you the list of issues the Democrats have done to New Jersey. But we're there to help everyone, and whether the Democrats who aren't even going to vote for our candidate realize it or not, we're there to make their lives better too by getting better leadership in the state of New Jersey, and we have a commitment to doing that through November.
And where do people go? We ask Scott all the time. Where do you say they go, Paula, to be helpful, volunteer, fundraise? We're starting to head to the nicer weather. A lot of sure stuff's going to happen. Where do we go? What do we do?
Absolutely. Check us out at earlyvoteaction.com. You can, give a small dollar donation on there. We greatly appreciate those, but also keep up with me and Scott on X and all the other platforms. We'll be posting where we are. We'll have volunteers coming out, especially down the shore. This whole summer we'll be there as well.
Thank you, Paul. Hey, again, what did I forget this? Now, Scott's coming, but we'd love to have Paula Scanlon. We do Dom Giordano Day in Wildwood. And one of our producers said he would swim against you.
Oh, my gosh. I'd love to be there. Let's make it happen.
All right, Dan, put that on the list. Is that Henry, Dan, that you signed up to swim against her? Henry, what can you swim 100-yard dash in, do you think?
I don't know if I could swim 100 yards, period.
Well, that's fine, Paul. I think it was Jim Kelly that
around
said
in there. Yeah, get Jim in the pool.
All right, how much of a head start would Paula have to give you, Henry?
3 lengths of the pool?
I was going to say half, and even that's probably not.
What's 100? Is that 3 lengths or 4 lengths back and forth?
Yeah.
Depends on the pool.
Hey, Paula, did you happen to see, too, the latest candidate, a male, against females in a big Masters swimming tournament, 45 to 49, and I think it was like the 50-meter breaststroke and the 100-meter, won by 4 seconds. And I only know a little bit about swimming, but 50 meters and you're winning by 4 seconds, that's ungodly.
It I mean, it was a South Park episode. I did see that exact story. It was a South Park episode come true. I mean, truly, reality is rating better plots than make-believe television at this point in time. It's everyone's lost their mind. And truly, I mean, I don't even think you need to be political to see how insane that is.
Absolutely. All right, Paula, we'll give you the details. We'd love to meet you in person. And
I'd love to see you guys
Okay.
there.
Thank you, Paula. All right, Dan. Paula, see how we're fleshing out. I already have Dom Giordano Day booked. Now, Jim Kelly said he
How are we
was...
going to find an Olympic-sized pool to do this at?
Johnny!
Dig one.
Wait a minute.
Johnny, start digging.
Johnny, do you have a kids' wading pool in the backyard or something like that?
An above-ground
Now,
pool.
that an above-ground pool.
Yeah.
Now, that would be a spectacle. An almost nationally ranked swimmer against one of our producers.
I'll still find a way to drown in a kiddie pool.
In a kiddie pool. Will these conservatives stop at nothing on this mockery? Will they? Now, Jim said he thinks he could hold his own, Jim Kelly.
Well,
Henry's
he was
being
a swimmer.
Jim
swam in high school, I think.
Oh, okay.
Really? Oh, yeah, I can hold my own in a lot of sports. Don't ask me to swim.
All right.
I'm not a very strong swimmer.
Okay.
I'm a really good swimmer. There's no way I can compete with someone like
No, like she.
How do we know? She's, past her prime, Dan. You're in the prime of life here.
Like
Come
if
on.
we were in a 50-meter pool, like, and you gave me a halfway head start.
Okay.
She's gonna beat me on the dive. Like she's gonna dive in, go half, and she's already there with me.
She's about 5'11", too, I think.
Yeah,
there's that.
How is 35 your prime over someone who's in their mid-20s, too?
But she's working the campaign. You're just producing here. Come on. It's an easy job. We'll give you some time off. There could be some injections involved. Come on, we got to win here.
If you're telling me you can give me time off,
Okay.
pay me to do it, I'll inject whatever the heck you want me to inject them.
Of course. So, Johnny, do you have any pool there nearby Mulligan's on...
These are a good idea. Joe says Johnny get some buoys out on the Atlantic.
Yeah.
Let's do it in the ocean.
You see the Odyssey lawyers and Walter Koss?
Oh, that's the color. He's on the board right now if you want Joe.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Joe Columbus.
Yeah, Joe in Columbus here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, are you a swimmer?
Tom, I'll have you know, and this is no lie, when I was 8 years old, I was the fastest 25-yard, not meter, freestyler in New Jersey.
Wow. All right, so
Were you really?
You could take on Paula Scanlon.
Did you have hair like you had?
No, I don't have the kick that Paula does. I have no I don't have that kick. That's the whole kick. That's the whole trick. You need legs. You don't need arms. And I'd like to give Paula a good kudos here that when this Leah Thomas thing entered in, they had no idea what they were up against. And the way she responded to that in the manner and the timeliness that she did was you can't even gauge that, the way she hit the ground running. That was incredible.
It's a Riley Gaines effect. That Riley Gaines has emboldened these other women across the country. I mean, nobody has done it better. And she was going to go to dental school, and yet.
And Dom, when you're accustomed to getting up on those starting blocks, and that's all you're directed at with all your training and all your time, and all of a sudden this little stupid diversion comes in there, and you got to respond to that. You can't. It's hard to put yourself in that position, but you know, somebody like me or you can come close to that.
Well, I'm not swimming for the team here.
Joe, did you ask that question up there I just fed you?
Yes, go ahead, Joe.
No, because I'm curious. Joe, did you wear a swimming cap to protect the hair? Did you have the
Joe,
same
wait
hairstyle?
a minute, Joe. Your hair's a national
and
treasure.
how did you make it that when you took that swimming cap off, it just went right back into place? It's
Joe,
amazing.
we can't mess with your hair. You know how I'm about hair. When we have lunch, I'll just be admiring the hair. That's what I do. So come on, you can't mess with it.
I hope you spend some time with me and not my hair.
Well, Ro will be talking to you. I'll be just saying, I wonder how that guy gets a hair like that.
Yeah, Joe will be talking to me in person. All I can think about is
it's the hair. That's right. What's his
I don't know what the
secret?
guy's telling me right now, but man, that hair.
So, Joe, who's your deal? Give us one that's new and fresh. Come on now.
Dom, mine was Trumpian before it was Trumpian.
Okay.
It created an animosity, just a hatred, and more importantly, a curse that lasted for almost a century. And the deal itself was incredible. The guy was sold from one baseball team to another for $100,000, paid up front by $25,000. Then the owner of the team that received this ball player gave the seller's owner a loan for $300 to resurrect his Broadway career. And that was Babe Ruth. They paid $100,000 for Babe Ruth, but supplied the owner of the Red Sox a $300,000 loan. So it was basically they won on both ends.
I got you, Joe. It was skillful. That's an old one, but it was a good call.
Good explanation, yeah.
Good explanation.
Yeah, made up for it because the Babe Ruth answer is
the Babe Ruth answer is the Budweiser answer, yeah. So 855-839-1210.
For those just joining us, when we say Bud Dwyer answer, it's one of the answers that you often get when you do certain side questions.
Yeah, any aside that we try. By the way, Paula Scanlon on it. What are people talking about? Oh, they'd like to see a DOGE there. What do we have to do? We have limited time here. Scott of Mount Laurel's coming up. He wants to join on that. If I could find one nugget for them, I would hand deliver it to them. But I don't have access to the internal records. It would take a lot to do that. All I'm going on is the Rutgers football team spending $400,000 on DoorDash. Come on. Get the details. Get what they ordered. Get to how lavish it is. Print it up. Let people see it. This is what enrages people. Not talking about, I'm going to make your cost of living lower. Show them what these people have been doing in Jersey. Show them the facts. Have some eye. Look at what DOGE did here with some of the things that we found out. And last night, even more. Renting ballparks for graduations. Remember that? But you got to get the specifics. Put it on a billboard. Put people out there. I couldn't believe it. They were spending this amount of money. Get something so outrageous that people go nuts. These are the people that may not be voting in the governor's race that you want to turn out just on that they've had it, and that's on their minds. That's what we need them to do, and we need them to do it in Pennsylvania, too. I mean, if I have some time of the weekend, I'm going to research what Josh Shapiro's electronic dog door was, how much it cost, what doodads it had, et cetera. That's what you got to do. People hate this stuff, but you got to break through with it. So, Paul, you're right on to something. Jersey DOGE, 855-839-1210. You get a line. More of your calls coming up here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Politics and Pints. It'll be at the Colonial Theater Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30. But wait, there's more. How about the pregame coverage?
Pregame.
Starting at 3 o'clock, Great American Pub, Rich Zioli broadcasting live in Phoenixville.
We're going to have a well-lubricated audience, if you know what I mean. I would get your tickets now because this might be so much fun. This might be a rowdy event. Come on, show up and represent. We give you tons of entertainment. Make sure you're there, 1210WPHT.com.
We don't go out that way enough.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Crozer Chester Medical Center closes its doors for good today, ending generations of healthcare in Delaware County. Prospect Park police have charged a woman they say is seen on video defecating on another car. And runners descend on Center City to start the pre-race festivities for Sunday's Broad Street Run.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. I promise we're coming to our calls. That was a good call from Joe. The call was excellent. The Babe Ruth thing's a little bit, we've heard it before. We're looking for something new, if you can, a deal. Louisiana Purchase. All right. We've heard about the Maryland man, and now Fox has just broken this, the wife, talking about and being in an interview of what he did to her, I think as she was going to file or talking about filing the protective actions against him. And it's all the devil in the specifics, just like we're talking about with DOGE. In this cut, at some point, she talks about it was her daughter's birthday and what he did to her on her daughter's birthday. Now, you could say all that you want. Yeah, but what about due process? People hear this clown who told her he could kill her and nobody would do anything about it, beating her up, slapping her around on the daughter's birthday just when she gets up. Are Democrats still going to stand with it? Some of them are. Bring it on. Let's hear them stand with it. All right, here's the wife in an interview talking about what he did.
I came to fill out a protective order. I think it was in December. But I didn't show up to the court because his family, washed my brain telling me that his dad was sick and not to do it. So I didn't do anything. But after that, it was I would call the police. I have a lot of police reports. And I kept trying to get to the door basement to try to open the door, and then he pushed me. So then when I was able to go outside to get a phone, I called 911 from a disconnected phone. Now they took a long time to get to the house. It was probably 20, 30 minutes. So I saw a neighbor walking his dog, and I opened the door, and I was like, help. And then when he heard me, he grabbed me from my hair, and then he slapped me. And then the neighbor, he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to react. I have pictures of the evidence, all the bruises, because even on Wednesday, he hit me around 3 in the morning. He would just wake up and hit me. And then last Saturday for my daughter's birthday party, before I went to my daughter's birthday party, he slapped me 3 times. And then last week I did call the police. My sister called the police because he hit me in front of my sister.
All right, there you go, Democrats. Man of the year, the Maryland man. And even the guy who was nice yesterday that Henry got on, the head of the AFL-CIO, said he's my union brother. Yeah, that's some union there. That's some union with this guy. All right, here is the Earl of Tacony, and I believe he's got we didn't plan this, but he's got his own. He's been talking about this for a while. His Maryland Man song is ready to go, responding. You hear the nugget there, just like with DOGE. Waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning. What the hell? Let me slap her around. I'm here illegally. I do what I want. I'm human trafficking. I'll smash her around here. That's it, Democrats. Way to pick out these winners. Well, Dom, that's not the whole man. Yeah, you tried telling that to America. All right, here is Earl of Tacony. All right, Earl, what do you have?
I have 2 verses and encapsulates the entire story. So,
okay.
Maryland man, make your jailhouse bed. Should have done what Tom Homan said. You're not in the States anymore. Shipped you back to El Salvador. Maryland man.
That's a solo.
MS-13
Ain't it? Is your life human trafficking? Beat your wife.
Oh, gosh.
Democrats causing pain and strife. They are lying. They say you're dying. They're so wrong for so long. Wow.
All right, we're going to ship that
What
off
song
to
are you
Trump
parodying
headquarters.
there?
Yeah, that's Neil Young.
Is it? What
Right?
song? What's
Neil Young, Southern Man.
Southern Man.
Southern Man. Okay.
Yeah,
I had
Southern
Old
Man. Yeah,
queued up. That's Southern Man.
yeah, Southern Man.
Yeah. You want some of that? Yeah. Here's some of
Yeah.
Neil Young, Southern Man.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Yeah. Thank you for that, Earl. Thank you. Made my day.
It can go with Maryland Man.
Yeah. Does Earl have a side question to answer?
Yeah, do you have a side, Earl?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the union guy, if you had time for that.
Go ahead, yeah.
He's only concerned about getting his union dues because the unions really don't care about their employees, from my experience. When we were part of the union, you used to have 500 hours every quarter in order to qualify for health care. And if our men were short, we would pay the rest of their dues. We wouldn't ask them for anything. We would just, top them off with and pay their dues so they wouldn't lose their health insurance because they had wives and children. And one day the union called us into the office and said, you have a lot of guys that are exactly 500. Why? And we told them the truth. We said, we don't want them to lose their insurance. The union said, don't you ever do that again. We don't want the employees to be loyal to their employers. We want them to be loyal to the union, despite the fact that they lose their health care if they only had 499 hours.
Well, I'll tell you this, the mob in Center City is loyal to that. You don't see the real guys, patriotic Americans, building trades and types. You don't see American flags, not one. And why do they block women and children and men and everybody else just trying to get home from work when they're off somehow or another on union time, blocking roads?
Because union people just can't figure it out. We paid our men very well. And this was back in the 70s. We paid our men very well, and they all insisted, we want to join the union. We want to join the union. So we said, after they burned down our garage and tried to set fire to one of our vehicles, we said, okay, fine, we'll join the union. First paycheck they got, all of a sudden, they started complaining. They said, we're making less money. I said, well, we tried to tell you that.
Yeah,
They're taking out dues. They're taking out the political action committee. They're taking all this stuff out. And then they said, we want to get out. It's like, you signed up for the union. You're in it now.
All right, give us yours, Earl. Give us who you have.
You keep begging for outside the box. I'm going as about outside the box I possibly can. My answer is standing naked, stoned, and stabbed. I call that a bargain, the best I ever had.
All right. The reference is a little bit elusive there, but okay. That's the way I would put that. All right. Coming up, we talked to a teacher at, I believe it was Penn State, Abington.
Oh, it's a Who song. Okay.
Yeah. And the headline here at the College Fix, thanks to Stan Casaccio. Thanks, Stan, for sending me this morning because I don't see the College Fix all the time. White professor plans to appeal after court sided with Penn State in a discrimination case. This is the guy who alleged all this hate whitey stuff, I think in the wake of George Floyd. Maybe it was other things there at Penn State Abington. Went on. And clearly violative. He and his attorney will be with us next to give you the latest on this. And again, Penn State, close to home with this. Time Magazine has 5 years. Today's Time Magazine says 5 years after George Floyd, America is still looking for its roadmap. And on that, it has every activist that you can imagine that wants to have another summer of George Floyd's. Didn't we do that once? Didn't America reject what happened in the summer of George Floyd? All right, all that straight ahead, and hit us with that all-time deal here. And if you find any information that would be DOGE-worthy in Pennsylvania and Jersey, you send it to me here on Talk Radio 1210. Let's talk for a moment, though. Don't miss out on this memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, buy 3 bottles, get 2 memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss the opportunity. Huge savings on over 50 rescue products to tackle those health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. res-q.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Deanna got some really bad news from the IRS.
They said you owe quite a bit of money. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages, taking my house, taking my car.
Deanna found out about Optima Tax Relief. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax saved my life.
Call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Good Friday. We've talked, I believe, at least once. I know once, but maybe twice with Zach DePiro, who, as I remember it, was teaching around 2022 and shortly before at Penn State Abington, Penn State campus, one of their remote campuses. And I believe it was English. And we were in the throes then. They were still riding high, as I remember it, from the George Floyd summer. Corporate America on the run, Black Lives Matter, a lot of initiatives. that maybe, I'm not sure, are being pushed back on now. So recently, he plans to appeal after a court sided with Penn State in this discrimination case. Joining us is Zach DePiro and James Kerwick, who's the senior counselor for Mountain State's Legal Foundation, Kerwin, representing Zach. Hey, guys, and Zach, welcome back. And James, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Hi,
Happy
Zach.
Friday.
Yeah, happy Friday. So I'll ask the attorney first here. James, what was the reason given by the court? Since we're in a different atmosphere now, and when Zach was on with me, I thought it was pretty compelling. You know, it was during a time when you could get away with that more. So what is it they said was objectionable here? Why did they rule against you?
Well, it's interesting that you put it that way. While it's clear that there have been some changes to the general atmosphere in the country as a whole, that doesn't necessarily mean that everywhere has experienced the same changes evenly. You know, at a place like a university, the pushback is still in very early phases, and that's the circumstance that Zach found himself in. So what happened in terms of what the judge at the district court level has decided was that there was not sufficient evidence that the aggressive DEI messaging and training that Zach had to endure was that there was enough of that to create a hostile environment. In our view, however, it's sort of an obvious error, and the easiest way to think about this case is that if you just asked whether the races were flipped here and the messaging, for example, Zach, was required to watch a video and read literature titled things like "White Teachers Are a Problem." If you just changed the race there and the race of the plaintiff, in our view, that kind of case would easily have moved to a jury trial and would not have been dismissed by the judge, which is one of the reasons why we're appealing on Zach's behalf.
I don't know if it came out, Zach, at the district court level, but when you were on before, part of the problem in Pennsylvania is that Penn State, people think of the football team. They don't think of the abuses that go on there, how radical. The hockey stick guy, Climate, is there. There's a couple of these other professors. There was one video they put out attacking veterans and saying if you gave a veteran a low grade, they might come and attack you. Penn State is not Berkeley, but Penn State is not Joe Pa and the Nittany Lions either. There's a lot more there.
Sure. I think at any main university or college across the country, you might have your fair share of a handful of radical professors. I think that's nothing super unusual. What was unusual about this was how that culture, there was a lot of anti-white dogma coming from a lot of different angles, and it kind of became ingrained in the culture, and I would argue almost institutionalized to a degree, where you're working through, Dom, the proper reporting channels. You get these kind of like Orwellian dystopian messages. If you see something, say something, report bias. And those are there for good reasons, to protect people's physical, emotional, psychological welfare. And when I went ahead and complied with my state mandated duty to report bias, I was ordered to continue attending these trainings. The next one was white instructors confront their white privilege, and for asking questions in a meeting, speaking out against this kind of crap, I was retaliated against.
So, Attorney James here, what's the line here, though? Can an institution not, I'm not sure with the Trump directives or not, but in general terms, can they not tell somebody white there is such a thing as white privilege? Can they do that and then try to instruct you to see that? Or is that automatically, in your view, discriminatory?
Well, no. You think about it this way. People are entitled to have their theories, no matter how wild you might and unsupported you might think they are, and I certainly do. But there's a difference between discussing, what might be kind of crazy theories about who's to blame for societal problems, and making it a condition of your employment that you sit through these kinds of trainings, that you, in essence, you are required to either come around to agree to these points of view or at least pretend that you do, because another important part of Zach's case that he mentioned briefly is the retaliation component. So what happens is that if you question, even very mildly, is there evidence that the bias of white teachers has an effect on the outcomes for students of color, for example, you'll immediately be met with a microaggression complaint to say that by merely raising that issue, in other words, by not verbally saying, oh, I agree with you, you're right, that white privilege not only exists, it controls outcomes in society, that is sort of the master key to everything. Unless you either actually agree with that or you pretend that you agree with it, you're going to be accused of being a bully when really all you're doing is trying to protect yourself from bullying.
Zach, I don't remember in previous conversations, Zach, did you pretend to go along with this a little bit or just be fly under the radar and then you couldn't take it anymore? Was it right out of the box? What was it that happened?
No, I don't bend the knee for anybody, Dom. I think honesty is important in life. I don't know how you can live a life of integrity with kind of going along with some of the stuff that they were propagating. During 2020, 2021, 2022, there was a wave of so-called anti-racism or anti-racist teaching philosophies that hit higher ed, but it also hit K-12. And they never quite – sometimes they would never exactly tell you what they meant by anti-racism. You would have accompanying literature, Ibram X. Kendi's How to Be an Anti-Racist, Robin DiAngelo's White Fragility. Like some of the stuff would be packaged together, but they never would quite tell you what it was they wanted you to do differently. So there were times when I would productively ask, I want to be open-minded. I want to try to be a good employee. I want to update my teaching methods if and when necessary. I always want to be the best teacher that I can be. And so there were times when I would ask them, what does this mean? Can you define this? If we can't define it, you can't measure it. If you can't measure it, you don't know if you're doing it or how much more you need to improve. And I did that one time in a meeting, and a higher up supervisor turned to me and said, well, perhaps you'd like to define it for us, Zach. So even you're asking them what this means and what you want to be doing, they turn it right back on you. It's very it's like kind of this Orwellian environment.
Yeah, that's exact. Well, look, you mentioned it. I've been mentioning it today. Time Magazine has a big piece up 5 years later, the summer of George Floyd. They were riding high. Corporate America was going with it. So, James Kerwin, do you think with the Trump executive orders, the Department of Education, the pushback on things like DEI, do we have any sense that Penn State or others are in compliance? Because I'm not on the ground like you two guys, but my sense is they're not. I don't even know if they're in the covering up stage. I think they're still blatantly doing it.
Yeah, Zach doesn't teach there anymore, and so we don't have an inside view as to what's going on specifically with them. I would say it's really important we agree with the Trump administration's view that the federal government shouldn't be supporting with these kinds of activities with taxpayer money. But ultimately, the real way to get these universities to change what they're doing is for these lawsuits to have some success.
Yeah, exactly.
Because, there's going to be other administrations in the future that might have a different view. All the stuff that Trump is doing is by executive order, which can be switched off again if there's a different party in power, for example. We're not a political organization. We're interested in really long-lasting change, which unfortunately probably has to come through winning some lawsuits like that.
No doubt about it. So, Zach, the last time I remember you were teaching at a community college somewhere?
Correct. I'm still there. I'm at Northampton Community College,
Okay.
which is in Bethlehem.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Zach. I remember in detail, I think you may have been on twice, what this is like. Thank God you stood up to it. And based upon the climate that's out there now, I think this will be a success. And James, you're right. The only thing that's going to stop them is the lawsuit, the damages, the whole thing that goes with this again and again and again. Otherwise, the status quo will continue and people will have to go through this. So please stay in touch, James and Zach. Good luck, and please let Dan know when there's another development.
Thank you to you, Dom, and thank you to my team at Mountain State Legal. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much. Thank you, James. Thanks for coming on today.
Thank you, too.
All right, James Kerwin, Mountain State Legal Services. There are several, thank God, of these nonprofits across the country that are funded, that help people in this. And again, I remember doing this story on Penn State about the veteran, it was called. We played these videos that they put out. You know, the veteran may get you. He may get enraged if you give him a B and he thinks he should have an A. There might be violence. Penn State is not, just a football team. There's a lot of this nonsense that goes on. So Time Magazine, 5 years after, where is America? Well, thank God America's in a better place, Time Magazine. We're rolling up and pushing back on these DEI, white privilege. Going to play you coming up, though. Tim Walz's daughter sees a guy who's a runner. He's apparently an influencer, might be conservative. Running is part of it. And he's invited to the White House. And she goes nuts, saying that running is white privilege. You're privileged if you're running. What? You can go out and run anywhere you want in the world.
A lot of privileged people outside the building right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of people that are privileged that don't run. They're not going to choose to do that. They're just going to be sedentary.
All you people down the Riverwalk right there.
That's right. They all look privileged to me. They're sweating and they're running. That's the face of privilege. We finally have figured out. That's right. I wish that Riverwalk were somewhere else. It's near our parking.
Yeah, that's why I hate running so much.
That's right, Dan.
So privileged.
So privileged. Dan's not going to be. He's a egalitarian. He's not going to be running.
I'm checking my privilege, Tom.
Yeah, I think Henry runs a little too much. I think his privilege has to be clipped.
Oh, God.
That's right. That's right.
Whoa.
Wall's daughter. We got to play Wall's daughter coming up.
I see that tongue-in-cheek.
The crazed eyes on her as she's talking about this. Boy, oh, boy. 855-839-1210.
Natural disasters, politics, love, relationships, ambitions, and struggles. Add in social media, and we get a concoction that affects our mental health. But what can you do about it? Explore what experts say about mental health and get tips to improve yours on the next Odyssey conversation, The State of Mental Health. Sunday afternoon at 2 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Come out and enjoy the most exciting 2 minutes in sports. Saturday, May 3rd, the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association presents live racing. First post is 12:40 p.m. Free admission, free family fun, and free parking at Parks Racing. Live music in the Picnic Grove by Ear Candy. Souvenir merchandise, food, and drink specials, all while you and the family enjoy the 151st Kentucky Derby. Saturday, May 3rd at Parks Racing in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. Gates open at 10 a.m. Don't miss it. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to take action and take
Take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growthchecking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitarelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville, Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
All right, let's go to some callers. You're with Dom here on Talk Radio 1210. Scott of Mount Laurel is in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, afternoon to you.
Hey, Dom. I'll tell you, if there was an NJ DOGE and I could be a part of it, I'm not in my 20s, but I would certainly take my time and volunteer and hunt down whatever we could hunt down. I would love to be able to find some of these things and just, like I said, prevent the facts. You know there's stuff out there that people would be outraged.
And there's one of them, Scott, between it, and I would convene you and a bunch of the others, that are callers of the year, and I know we would vote and we'd find a nugget where they'd have the pitchforks out within an hour going, one thing that just rivets people. I don't know why. I can't explain why they're not doing it. Maybe they're busy with something else, but Pennsylvania and Jersey both should be doing this.
Well, I'm guessing in Jersey they're afraid that they don't have any control and the backlash and all that and the media. And look, it takes a lot of nerve to do what they're doing on the DOGE level because you're going to. I guarantee if I was involved in that, I came up with some nugget. People would be calling my house and they're crazy. These people on the left.
Yeah, but these are elected officials though, and Jack Ciattarelli wants to win because I think I did Inside Story today, and they were talking about the Mikey Cheryl person as a moderate, which she's not. If it's her, this is not going to be an easy race. We're poised, and Trump has helped, but you get a few things like this, and I think people in Jersey will show up and vote. So I'm committed. We're pushing it. Yeah.
It would be a smart move for the candidates to do that for sure, and to at least, like I said, make it part of their platform. Then they're not going to put up with this anymore. Like you said, you get those people that might not vote otherwise, or people that are kind of on the fence, that can't decide between freedom and socialism, that we have every election.
Yeah, they just don't want to show up. But there's the best I have is the door jam thing for 400,000. People hear stuff like this, and there's something that's, I'm not sure, what would we vote was the biggest thing from DOGE, the U.S. aid, and some of the stuff they were doing. Maybe the Social Security payment fraud to people over 100, obvious fraud. Maybe somebody's got another one. Yeah, but there's
and imagine what we don't even know.
Yeah, exactly. What's your
how about a horse named journalism? Why don't we do this? Imagine this, Dom. Down the stretch they come. It's 2 horses. It's journalism against Dom's 40-yard throw. They're neck and neck, and it is Dom's 40-yard throw in front.
I can't beat you on that. In fact, I was going to answer the side question. What would you name a horse? Dom's 40-yard throw is tremendous.
Oh, I already lost. I should have saved it. I didn't know.
No, I'll put you down for that if we do it, because if journalism wins, you're going to see the media saying, "Oh, finally, journalism is winning." Why did he? All kinds of interviews. So
that's the only way journalism could win the way they do it.
Exactly. Who's your? What's the answer to decide?
There were these two guys, and you might know about this story. It's the greatest deal in sports history, Ozzie and Daniel Silna.
Right.
And they owned the St. Louis Spirit, a basketball team in the old ABA.
Yes.
And when the ABA merged with the NBA in 1976, only 4 of the 7 teams were brought into the league. And a couple of the teams, like the Kentucky Colonels, were bought off for about $3.3 million. Well, these guys made a deal where they would get 4/7 of the NBA, of the 4 teams that were going to the NBA, they'd get 4/7 of their TV revenue forever.
Wow.
No matter what. And at the time, TV wasn't a big deal in 1976 in the NBA. So by 1981, they made $500,000, which would seem, oh, wow, what a great deal. Well, by 2014, they had made $300 million. They had not owned a team. They hadn't dealt with an agent. They hadn't dealt with a play. Nothing. And then the NBA wanted to get rid of him, and one of the brothers got tired of fighting the NBA because the NBA, of course, didn't want to honor their word. They wanted to fight him, and they ended up settling in 2014 for an additional $500 million. So the Silnas walked away with $800 million over a 38-year period, doing nothing but collecting the checks, and that's it.
Perfect, Scott. That's a pretty good one. Sports oriented, but still, that's a really good one. That's what we're looking for, an all-time deal, outside the box. And again, we'll see if these assembly people in Jersey have anything. I don't even think Pennsylvania has a DOGE team. And they might say, well, DOGE is radioactive. You know what? More and more people on CNN today, they even said how effective they were. Despite, some of the stuff that went wrong here. It has been effective. Who should replace Elon Musk to be the head Dozier since he's going back to his company? You have somebody, Dan?
Yeah, because she's going to be out of a job soon, Linda McMahon.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah. Well, when she gets rid of the Department of Education. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Linda McMahon be fine. All right. So it's 855-839-1210. You get in. Hit us on that. We'll have Dom's Money Melody, and we'll get a winner for the week. I think it's, let me see. Yes. $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Gallows right there. Burgerbar.com is where you go. It's on Boulevard around Ron. It is spectacular. Hope to do some more stuff with them in the near future. Jump in at 855-839-1210.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Wayne Realty has proudly served the main line for over 35 years. Family owned and non-franchised, they're built on honesty, integrity, and unmatched personal service. Their handpicked team handles residential, commercial, and property management. So whether you're buying, selling, or investing, they are your realtor for life. All our agents have the knowledge and experience to enhance the process. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. Visit WayneRealtyPA.com or call 610-687-5280 to get started today.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LEAD25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LEAD25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LEAD25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, and just one more final note. I do hope that you're going to be there for Politics and Pints this time around. When a station has this kind of talent and does this type of thing, an analysis of what's happened the first 100 days, it's a lot of fun. A lot of things spark ideas and all. I think you're going to enjoy it, and it's rare. Usually we do it with a guest. The last time we did it, it's like 10 years ago, I think. And particularly when you have a pregame show with Rich, I'll be there. I'm sure we'll have 3 times to drink with Rich, then the VIP event, and then the Politics and Pints itself.
What are you drinking?
Wine, of course. Red wine, nothing else there. I mean, just,
no vodka?
What are you drinking there?
Maybe some whiskey.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Rand Paul got me into the whiskey, man.
Oh, that's right, the bourbon tour.
Yeah.
I mean, you go one stop and it's over. I mean, how many stops can you do that
I'm dead
on?
serious. So I was not a fan of whiskey until Rand Paul. We had that
right
that bourbon.
See, I can't make a health saying, "Oh, it's good for you, Dan." I can on the wine. I don't care what Robert Kennedy Jr. says. He can go to hell on that. Come on. We all know, just like we know it's gravy, that red wine is good for you.
No.
Well, who says so?
USDA.
Well, then we need to get a new USA director. All right. The odds-on favorite to be President Trump's national security advisor, according to Axios, who seems to be plugged in, is Stephen Miller. Now, I don't know Miller's background in that. I think he's great in the role that he is in. And I'm looking at him here in the picture, and that was the guy walking in front of the White House. I can tell you right now that I saw it.
It was just a standard bald...
Youngish-looking guy, thin in a great suit.
Pre-balding.
Right in the front of the White House. Okay. Yeah. So I think he's better in the role that he is. He's out there constantly articulating the message and duking it out. I'm not sure of his national security, but okay. The only issue, I got to tell you, that I am watching here closely, the biggest legacy of President Trump, I think when it's all said and done, all these disruptions, though, the major one to me is getting the Republican Party away from the notion if you're a Republican, you want to get involved in these endless wars. So I thought it'd be a good time just to revisit there are some signs here with the ouster of Waltz, too. The guys like Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson's a brilliant guy. I've interviewed him, been on his show, etc. But he's got a screw loose when it comes to some things. Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. Can we all say that together? And Tucker Carlson doesn't seem to care about that. Now, in the first term, President Trump was all over that, much different than Obama. Not getting involved in unending wars is correct. Iran gets a nuclear weapon. To me, that second, the world changes. First of all, if they get close, Israel is not going to stop. You're not going to tell them what to do and all that. If people in Israel found out that Netanyahu was told, well, you can't do anything about it, the United States, that's beyond problematic. They're going to move to take them out. Then you're going to have a worse situation. So we just have to be adamant, Tucker Carlson aside, Iran is not getting a nuclear weapon. That's the bottom line. That's not ending wars. I agree with the president. I mean, this has been, if you remember early 2016, when he did this was a real differentiator for Trump. Prior to that, you had Reagan, you had flexing around the world, Democrats even more. And President Trump was much different on that. And that has stuck. But there are limits to that. And one of them is that these maniacs have a nuclear weapon. You're kidding yourself if you think that will not spiral out of control. 855-839-1210. So we'll see. I don't know Miller's position on that. I think he's great where he is, but okay. In that role, I think he can articulate better than anybody what the vision is. And that's part of the vision. So we don't want to be involved. We don't want to be involved with Iran or any of these, but Iran has to think you might do anything. That's the only thing that's going to stop them from moving toward getting a nuclear weapon. That's what they want. They're hell-bent to do it. You know it, and I know it. All right, side question. All-time deals Louisiana purchased today. I played you the sound, the judicial testimony. I want to play it one more time, Henry. This is of the wife of Mr. Garcia, the Maryland man. Here's her testimony about what he did to her. We've been talking about DOGE, with Scott there. Finding something specific. Republicans, for my money, are not driven enough. We got to get them going here. Jack Ciattarelli's going to be the nominee in Jersey. To find maybe the top 10 abuses of Democrats, of progressives, that have dominated government in New Jersey, that they wasted money on, fraud, abuse, and all that. And one of them, trust me, will be a nugget where people will go, oh, my God. Even people that don't pay attention. You hit them with that, they're going to go, oh, yeah, I got to vote. I mean, I just can't stand this. But here's the nugget. Here's Garcia's wife. Listen to the details. Talking about the husband beating her and the husband doing it on her birthday and the husband just telling her, I could kill you and nobody's going to do anything about it. All right, here's Mrs. Garcia in the testimony in court.
I came to fill out a protective order. I think it was in December. But I didn't show up to the court because his family, washed my brain telling me that his dad was sick and not to do it. So I didn't do anything. But after that, it was I would call the police. I have a lot of police reports. And I kept trying to get to the door basement to try to open the door, and then he pushed me. So then when I was able to go outside to get a phone, I called 911 from a disconnected phone. Now they took a long time to get to the house. It was probably 20, 30 minutes. So I saw a neighbor walking his dog, and I opened the door, and I was like, help. And then when he heard me, he grabbed me from my hair, and then he slapped me. And then the neighbor, he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to react. I have pictures of the evidence, all the bruises, because even on Wednesday, he hit me around 3 in the morning. He would just wake up and hit me. And then last Saturday for my daughter's birthday party, before I went to my daughter's birthday party, he slapped me 3 times. And then last week I did call the police. My sister called the police because he hit me in front of my sister.
All right, the details, the specifics here. How in the world can they continue with this? Well, a lot of the media is probably not playing this as far as I can tell. When you hear the birthday, you hear 3 o'clock in the morning, he wakes up and just hits her. Well, what does that have to do with his rights? America hears this, you know how they're going to react. All right, Henry, I think we're ready with this one, too. Here's video. This is Cut 8, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Here is the Tennessee being pulled over by police in Tennessee. The windows are tinted. They want to know with Mr. Garcia, why do you have 8 people in this vehicle? Why did you put another deck of car seats in there? And they ultimately tell ICE about this guy. Remember, this is during the Biden years, and ICE doesn't do anything, and they end up having to let him go on all these charges. Here's how it sounded, and youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Here's how it looked.
My license? Yeah, your driver's license, your registration, and your proof of insurance. Oh my God. Okay, sure. The what? The problem with my license right now is expired, right? It's suspended? Suspended because I have my permanent employment, so like 2 years experience, so I need. So right now I waiting the paper for migration. For I go to the NBA, so you know.
Tell them you're a union guy. You know, tell them you're the union guy, the union brother, the guy we had yesterday. It's my brother. There's more.
That car is mine, so it's to my boss. So where do y'all live at? Where I live in? I live in Maryland. Maryland? Yeah, Oxford. Whose vehicle is it? What, whose car is it? It's to my boss. Your boss? My boss, yeah. Where's he live? Where's your boss live? My boss right now is staying in Maryland, but he lives in Texas. Okay. Houston, Texas.
The union guy. Show the union badge. Hold, you know, like the FOP. Hold up the union. I'm a union card here.
Can I say something that really bothers me about this whole situation?
Go ahead.
We have a guy here that we had yesterday, a union guy, call him a union brother. But I feel like a portion of the union should be fighting against illegal immigration, should it not? And protecting the American citizens, workers' rights?
Yes, we always assume that, but apparently the AFL-CIO now joins the others that says no. If he's a union guy, that's all they want. They want him to be a union guy.
So I don't get it, though. The point of the union is to ensure that there's fair wages for their employees, right? But if you're hiring illegals, usually the reason to do so is that you can get around union wages. So we're saying that this guy's a union brethren and he's not legally here. It's crazy to me.
Well, Henry, let's hold that one for now. Let's go to our favorite union guy, who Henry's been tracking to get him to come on. He's from Philadelphia, but he's the national head. Cut 2, this will be. He's a national head of the building trades. How do the building trades, patriotic guys, elect a guy like this? Listen to what he says about Mr. Garcia.
We need to make our voices heard. We're not red, we're not blue. We're the building trades, the backbone of America. We built a $5 billion, you want to build a $5 billion data center? Want more 6-figure careers with health care, retirement, and no college debt? You don't call Elon Musk, you call us. North America's building trades unions. And yeah, that means all of us, including our brother, smart apprentice, Kilmar Arbrega Garcia.
Human trafficker.
To be returned to us
wife beater.
Now.
Yeah, he's beating his wife. Yeah, guys, you can beat your wife too. You're a union member. Go beat them. And these morons stand up and give him a standing ovation. This guy's the head of the building trades. This is not even the Bernie Sanders unions yesterday that we saw there. He's a union brother. That's all that matters. The guy we had on yesterday was good back and forth, Dan, but you're right. He said, well, no, he's a union brother. What the heck does that mean? Yeah, how?
It doesn't vibe to me.
They don't care. If you got the union card, you can be here illegally. You count because you give them more power because they just want to organize people.
Honestly, if I'm a union guy, I'm thinking to myself, what the hell am I paying my dues for then?
Well,
because are the dues that I'm paying going to protect essentially what we're fighting against as a union?
Well, I don't know. They are fighting against it. They're saying, Dan, I think his point was, They're going to get him fair wages if he's in the union, so you shouldn't care that he's here illegally.
But that's not how it works. I mean,
right.
employers go
Right.
around the union to
Right.
hire
Sure.
illegal workers so they don't have
Right.
to pay this, quote,
Exactly.
fair wage.
Yeah, he's a smart apprentice. He's a union guy. And this tough guy, again, this wasn't the SEIU, and yesterday was the AFL-CIO. And you saw what they did. Not one American flag there after all that we talked about. Not one. I watched the tape. You can watch it on the AP widescreen. They had a lot of flags. One looked like the flag of Venezuela. I think one's the flag of Mexico. Others are some kind of weird flags. They look like federal workers, the teachers union, radicals. And what did they do after they got riled up by Bernie? They go and they block traffic. And the Philadelphia police, at least by, I think it was NBC 10 that counted it, for at least an hour, let them sit there blocking traffic around Broad and Vine and coming down so they can cut off all of Philadelphia. Why did the Philadelphia police allow them to do it? Well, that's the First Amendment. No, Philadelphia police, I've been through this 100 times with you. You don't have a First Amendment right to kidnap any of us that were in downtown Philadelphia trying to get home. My right supersedes any right. Go read the Constitution. That's not the First Amendment. So Chief Bethel, I'll put it on the line next time he comes on. So if Dan and I, well, Dan doesn't want to do it. If I do it, maybe I tell Henry, come on, Henry, I need some support here. We feel like blocking your car in the morning. Are you going to lock us up, run over, have your cop get out and handcuff me? Sure you are. What about my First Amendment right to block the mayor, to block you, and to do it for as long as I want? How do you come up with an hour? Who makes that decision? I've been through this before with the Philadelphia police, and as supportive as I am of cops, I'm not blaming them. It's a general thing that falls down. You're wrong. It's not the Constitution. You're a disgrace. You're telling men and women trying to get home from work that they have to listen to the garbage of this mob who's let out by the unions. That's what you're saying. Grow up, read the Constitution. Move them out of there. They can yell all that they want on the sidelines. I want my car to come through. Can you imagine if we blocked the mayor or the police chief and we just said, we're going to block you for an hour. You're going to have to sit here. We're going to do it every day with the mob. You think they'd put up with that? Is that the Constitution? That's what they unleash in Philadelphia. And the unions, let's face it, by and large, are part. This guy's the building trades. Mr. Garcia. If we ever get him on, it might be a short interview. I mean, this one, the guy we had yesterday we could talk with him. Even though he didn't answer my questions about Pritzker or the flags or anything else. I mean, what's he going to say? No, we're not going to have the American flags out there. We don't believe in the American flag. That crowd that was there yesterday, Bernie Sanders, et cetera, not all union members. A lot of them are patriotic. That crowd, they don't want the American flag there. They want those foreign flags there. They're here illegally, and they still haven't gotten the memo. This isn't going to go on too much longer. 855-839-1210 will get you in. But first, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Oh.
All right. So, Bernie Sanders was telling us where all the money's gone. It's gone to billionaires. Yeah, there you go. Hey, you win today a pair of tickets. This is going to be a good one to Politics and Pints, Trump's first 100 days in office on Tuesday, May 6th at the fabulous Colonial Theater in Phoenixville, Pennsylvania. Time is running out. Get those tickets. All the voices of 1210 WPHT on stage together for one special night. You get the tickets at 1210WPHT.com. And don't forget the pregame show, The Great American Pub with Rich. And I think Dawn, I, and Nick will be there at some point before we head over to the VIP and then the main event. And these things can, I tell Ro, Dan, this is a tough job. You may have to drink at all three events. That's tough. Yeah, it's very tough.
So hard.
Remember the Don Trump Jr. thing? We're
no.
throwing back wine at every stop there. It was brutal. I didn't know where I was.
Throw
with
some
that
cranberry
event.
juice in a glass. There you go.
And we were harassed by that violent mob out there saying we were paid in rubles. those women who were out there.
Just treat it like a first communion and throw some grape juice in a glass. And
Okay. All right, there you go. What do you have today? Who
yeah,
has it?
Dom, it's story time today. I got a long one and a very weaving story.
Goodness.
But today we're talking about, for our side question, notable deals, bad deals, good deals. And Dom, I have a very clever way that someone once got out of a bad deal. I'm going to take you back to the late 60s when a singer-songwriter was invited to New York and recorded an all-time notable hit, a very well-known hit. And in doing so, he also signed a contract that he didn't realize signed him up, Dom, to record 36 songs in 1 year. He started recording some songs, and unknowingly to him, the album was released. Kind of angered him a little bit. A little more to the story I don't want to get into, a little in the weeds. But Dom, it resulted in this guy angrily recording 33 songs, or 31 new songs, to get out of the contract and succeed that 36 in a year. And Dom, I gotta tell you, the songs are hilarious because this guy just strummed a guitar and pretty much sang what came to his mind. So Dom, here is this guy singing a song to get out of his contract that he signed in the late 60s, a very well-known individual. Here it is. We want to know who is the singer. Take a listen.
That you've got ringworm. I'm very sorry, but you've got ringworm.
Going back one sec.
This is a wild one.
Here you go, one more time.
That you've got ringworm. I'm very sorry, but I have to tell you that you've got ringworm.
Yeah, Dom, we want to know who that is singing there in order to get out of a bad contract deal once in his career, Dom.
Now, that brings up, did somebody really in The Godfather get out of a contract deal with the big band star, made him a deal he can't refuse? This kind of like it?
Maybe this is a reference.
Yeah, it's a reference.
I don't know.
All right.
I'm going to do one more song from the album, or one of the recordings,
okay.
Dom. Take a listen. Just wait.
You want a Danish? No, I just ate. I've just eaten. Do you want, I want some bread up front. Oh, bread up front? You want a sandwich?
So Don, tell us who that is singing songs that are absolutely terrible to get out of a bad deal.
Talk about digging into the annals. This is an all-timer here today on a Friday. Hit us with that.
And it's a guy that our listeners love because I think he has some political leanings that might vibe with them.
You are going off to the biggest pints in politics in quite a while on Tuesday night. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. Jump in right now.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Matt in Philadelphia ponied up a lot of money yesterday for the Travis Manion Foundation to golf.
It was an unbelievable day for solid athletes, well, just regular guys. I think we spent more tipping your bartenders than I did to buy the event.
There he is, Matt in Philly. By the way, such a touching moment, too. After Ryan Manion spoke and gave a speech, and then Tom Manion did as well, they played the national anthem as they do every year. Everybody just taking their hat off, looking up at Old Glory. Beautiful day. What a sight. Great stuff.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10. On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED. But Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Every day, kids at CHOP face medical battles no child should have to fight. That's why this May, United Tire and Service stands beside them, and you can too. Donate at any United Tire location and they'll match your gift dollar for dollar to support the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Behind every small donation is a big heart and a child who needs it. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Join them in making a difference. Find your nearest location at unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, Dan had quite a tale to tell. Let's play a little snippet of this guy trying to get out of a deal by creating bad music.
You want a Danish? No, I've just eaten. Do you want, I want some bread up front. Oh, bread up front? You want a sandwich?
So, Dom, late 60s, this guy's invited to New York to record his hit. He signs a contract for 36 songs in a year, not realizing it. Wanting to get out of it, he records over 30 trash songs, this being one of them. Who is that singer who was invited to New York back in the late 60s singing this song?
All right, Vinny in South Philly. Vinny, who's the singer? Hi.
I'm gonna go Bob Dylan.
No, not Bob Dylan.
That's who I would have guessed. No, Dan's wrong. That's got to be Bob Dylan. Take that buzzer.
Nope,
That's got to be Bob Dylan.
Nope.
All right, not Bob Dylan.
I'll throw it out there. He's not American. He was invited to America from the UK. Yeah.
A British Bob Dylan. All right, Jesse and...
Wait, no, was he? Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Oh,
Yeah,
all right.
I think
Jesse
I'm wrong
in
about
Huntington. Hey, Jesse, Huntington Valley. Hi, Jesse.
Hey, Dom, how's it going, man? Great to hear you guys.
Thanks, Jesse.
Jesse.
Hey, it's going to be Van Morrison.
Hey!
Van Morrison. Wow.
Yes, Dom. Back in 1967, Van Morrison invited to Bang Records by Burt Burns to record what you're hearing now, Brown Eyed Girl, the first album off his first track off his debut album, Blowin' Your Mind. When he recorded this, he signed a lengthy contract that signed him up to sing not one, but 36 songs within a year of the contract coming into effect. In doing so, the manager, after he recorded a first handful of songs, released Blowin' Your Mind, the album that this is on, without Van's knowledge. That really angered him. And then the guy that signed him up to the contract, Burt Burns, passes away, and he has a dispute with Eileen, the widow. And in doing with the dispute, she says she somehow gets him barred from performing in New York. And as a response to all this, he says, screw that, I'm going to Shove It, and he records all these terrible songs that you heard before. Van Morrison, who now sings those great songs about coronavirus and such.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know what? He beat these people, no doubt. I wonder what he would do with Colonel Parker, though, with Elvis. You know, what the Colonel might do. It might be pretty bad for Van Morrison. He might do anything, yes.
Eating sandwiches?
The Colonel is not going to put up with that. All right, so that's a great one for today. Deal, Louisiana Purchase. That's a side question. Hit us with that. We almost forgot to play Tim Walz's daughter. Now, you know the wife. The wife is the woman who kept the windows open, Governor Walz, because she wanted to smell the burning tires to, in the George Floyd summer, identify with the revolution. Remember that? Well, honey, you should have gone over there as they're burning people up in businesses and all that. She wanted to smell that. Here's the daughter, though, because this runner, who is an influencer, I think a conservative influencer, was pictured talking to Trump, who's not a runner, at the White House. Here's the reaction of the daughter.
Running as an act is political, and you know who taught me that? Tim Walz. The first thing he told me when I was first getting into it in high school, granted, I don't really do it as much anymore. I go in spurts, but when I was first getting into it in high school, the first thing he told me was that running is a privilege, and being a part of the running community is a privilege that not all people have access to. Whether you do it recreationally or you race a lot or you are, at the elite level, it is a privilege. Whether it be you just having the time to run, access to funds to buy the gear, access to, healthy quality foods that fuel you as you're training and as you're running, access to, a safe, stable situation that allows you to be in a good mental state to be able to run. All of those things are hard to come by, and if you have them and are a part of the running community, that is a privilege. And that, again, was the first thing he taught me. So I don't really understand how platforming and administration that cuts mental health services, cuts, funding and literal shipments to food banks, is entirely hurting the climate, because you can get into running in the climate. That's a whole nother thing. But it's cutting, funds to climate initiatives and actively hurting the planet in that way. Sending people away without due process, villainizing minorities. All of those things are preventing people from getting into the running community, which is what I thought Kate's platform was for. But it's also just damaging to society as a whole. We should not be normalizing these people. I'm not going to tell anyone what to do with their page, but I think it's insulting to my dad to leave a certain video pinned, especially when he stands for quite literally the opposite of what this administration is doing. You don't get to both sides this. It's not both sides.
All right,
quite
then.
literally talking about good versus evil here, and I'm just really disappointed the whole thing happened. I was there when that video with my dad was filmed.
That's okay, hon. We've got enough, honey. We got it here. So running is a privilege now. Just getting outdoors, we'd see people down here, at least vigorous walking, whatever, all a privilege. You need to do all those things before you could possibly just get out anywhere and do the simplest thing, walk, run, fast pace, whatever you're doing, jogging. Just the word is revolting. It's all a privilege.
And not to mention, it's hurting the climate, apparently. We'll get into that at different times.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the next thing. Imagine, she's psycho when you look at the video of this, the eyes, the whole thing moving around. But imagine being Tim Walz and the wife, their daughter. This is what you come up with.
And that's the first thing her dad taught her. The first thing he taught me is that running is a privilege.
And this is the guy that Kamala Harris picked to reach white guys about trucks and football. Imagine being in on those meetings. And now they're trying to argue that Josh Shapiro tanked his interview to be VP rather than the main thing. They didn't want him. The party hates Jews, hates Israel. They're anti-Semitic, et cetera. They're going after Fetterman again today on it. That's why they tanked him. And he won't reveal what's going on with the investigation of the fire at the house, because the guy was attacking him because he's Jewish. And he doesn't want to get the party revved up over that again. This is how sick they are. How can you lose to them? At this point, it's almost impossible to imagine. This is everything is a privilege. Are people in America going to say, yeah, versus saluting people that are doing that as exercise for themselves, for their health, cutting health costs, etc. That's what the first thing he told me when I started running. It's a privilege. How in the world was this guy a football coach? Come on. Can you imagine?
Well, it's simple. He ran the pick six play every time.
Yeah, right. That's right.
Who could lose if he ran that every time?
There was a lot of it, yeah. And he was really the driving force in this. And he was going to tell you how to take apart a truck. Even for the Harris campaign, tagging this guy in. Wow. 855. And the word I heard today is they're talking about Jamie Dimon running for president. What? The Wall Street guy, a billionaire, but he might be the hope for them somehow or another. I don't even know if he's a Democrat or whatever. Can you imagine that guy not used to anybody telling him anything, running for president as a billionaire? All right, 855-839-1210. You hit us. All-time deal is what we're looking for. Outside the box, given Louisiana Purchase today. All that is straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
When the stock market becomes too volatile, investors who try to get out are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now. You'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers are not worried about market volatility.
Kathleen Ralco from Langhorne, PA. I've never liked the stock market, that it goes up and down, and seems to me it goes down more than it's up. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I benefit in the good times, and in the bad times, I'm not losing money. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Let us help you find your dream home. A home loan with American Heritage Credit Union has rates lower than the national average. Our team will guide you through every step, from pre-approval to getting your keys. With the MyCU Home Connection program, you'll have access to exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Housing Opportunity. NMLS 433838.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, final roundup for the week here. Get in and get your name into the hat. You might be a winner for the Great Gallows $50 gift card. By the way, we're just talking about privilege. I'd like to have Alan Iverson or maybe get Joe Conklin say, no, he couldn't do it. It's too political. Instead of practice, privilege. Caitlin Clark's Indiana Fever posts eye-popping ticket sales stats on StubHub. Remember, was it she's white? That's why she's bringing excitement to the WNBA. Last season, the Indiana Fever had 90 times more tickets sold on StubHub, 90 times than they did in 2023. And this year it appears to be more of the same. Clark's Fever currently have the 10 most in-demand games on the ticket site. 3 of those games are the 2nd, 3rd, and 7th in demand. They're against Angel Reese and Chicago. And there's language here saying they've already moved the venues of any number of their games to much bigger venues because of the demand. And I thought maybe this would wear off a little bit. It was a phenomenon last year. And now we're into something a little bit more settled. And this is one of the best examples you can find of why in the world would we go through this when she's taking something that would be great for the sport. And some games I like, they're pretty good. And maybe have a team here in Philadelphia and other places. Why in the world would we go through this? Because that's more important than the fact that Caitlin Clark has propelled this, and the feud, if you will, with Angel Reese is tremendous. You know, whether it's wrestling or not, or the really man, it doesn't matter. Those things like that are good for the sport. All the great rivalries, even if they're just individual, people want to see that. They think something could happen. They want to see who's better. Whatever it is, it's intriguing. So bringing a lot to it, but 90 times more. We'll see how it plays out. All right, phone lines, though. Our 855-839-1210. Let's go to Jerry. Oh, this is a good one. Let's go to Jerry in Wilmington. Hey, Jerry. Good afternoon. What do you have today?
Yeah, Dom. Hi. I got a local one. You could call it in the box. Shark Tank. The guy from Talk and Krause, he did $100,000 in scrub daddies.
Right.
Lori invested 20%, $200,000 for 20%. They've now done $400 million in sales.
Wait a minute. Scrub Daddy's done $400 million in sales. I know it was popular. We have one. The guy was great. We had him on once.
Yeah.
But $400 million.
It's in 60 countries, and anyway, it is 400 plus. She's now made $60 million off her $200,000 investment.
Wow.
In Scrub Daddy. I know it sounded funny in the beginning, but it's blown up, and he's local in Penn State there.
Yeah, he is. Got to get him back on again. Get some free Scrub Daddies, Dan. I don't know if you remember him, Dan. I think you got him. It was pretty good stuff, but wow, that is. Well, I think Shark Tank's gone off. I'm not exactly sure
They're
why.
still going.
Yeah, no, it's still going.
Oh, I think
love
it's
Shark Tank.
there was something here that it's near the end. I don't know if it's coming back or it's just reruns. If you Google it, there was
I know they
something
just
out
had
there.
a new season. Yeah.
All right, but is it the last season or no?
I feel like they would have marketed it as such if that was true.
Okay.
I mean, Cuban left it. Is that what you're thinking of?
Yeah, Cuban did leave.
I thought there was something, and I was surprised in that, I think it's got a lot of play. And when we had him on, he talked about the fact they have outside the door your bags being packed if you don't get chosen. I think there's a re-audition there before you actually do the filming thing. But they put your bags there in front of you. Oh, my God.
It's pressure. Because there's nothing like being under the lights and under the cameras, too, when you're, like, out.
Right.
Because
Sure.
a lot of people choke. Like, you see it on episodes. Like, people will forget their pitch completely when they're out there. So they want to make sure, like, hey, can you handle this scenario if we put you in it?
I will tell you, and producers should be using this, the secret to Shark Tanks, it proves great producing. In other words, Mark Burnett has an eye.
Oh, yeah.
For Survivor, and then for this, the people that do it, O'Leary, they're good. But if you don't have a compelling product in person there, or something that gets argumentative,
yes,
then it's not going to be great TV. And he knows exactly what to put in there that does it. So just like producing here, it's the same thing. It works. I could see Dan being a producer for that. All right, here's what you're going to do. All right, 855-839. But Mark Burnett, politically would be the guy you want with you. That guy can set up any kind. Let's see, Survivor season what? It's got to be like 15 or so.
I was going to say
48, I think.
40?
Yeah, but not seasons, right? There's been 48 Survivors. I mean, has it been around that long?
That's a season.
Survivor gets each season has a Survivor.
Yeah, but it's been around 48 years, you're saying?
No,
season. Yeah, and how many in a year, though? That's what I'm saying. It's got to be. Okay,
Yeah,
2.
48.
All right. That's still 24 then.
Don't question my Survivor knowledge.
Well, I'm
You're
saying,
looking up my
I'm saying how many years,
fact
though?
checking.
I know here at Talk Radio.
22. 24.
Okay, yeah. At Talk Radio 1210, we had the first one on. I think I had Kelly on at the end. And we actually did an event over in Manayunk around Survivor, the first one.
Yeah, it was
with Rudy,
huge.
Richard. Oh, it was unbelievable. What a breakout show.
It's changed quite much. Quite much since then. Season 2, someone hunted down a boar. I don't know if you remember
Exactly.
that.
Well, the one guy might almost drowned swimming, and he's from South Jersey, Gervais, he had trouble in the swimming thing in the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, it is time for the lightning round, though. You got to get in now. Get into the hat. You
Guy
can still
walking
be the
around
winner.
naked all season.
Oh, Richard.
Yeah.
And he actually became a talk radio host in Rhode Island
Really?
for a while.
He was just on
coming
a
off
show
that.
called Villain House, and he walked around
Was it?
naked in that
Okay.
as well.
Yeah, it has legs. It definitely has legs. All right, 855. But I didn't think that was as magical as The First Apprentice. The first year. After that, I think it went downhill with Trump. It had characters, Omarosa, people like that were unbelievable. 855-839-1210. Lightning round next on Talk Radio 1210.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Jordan Mailata from the Philadelphia Eagles. On the field, my job is to protect our QB. But off the field, I've made it my mission to protect children from child sex abuse. Well, you can join my team at the 25th Annual Bear Fair, benefiting the Philadelphia Children's Alliance on Thursday, May 1st at the National Constitution Center. We'll have a premium auction, amazing food and drinks, and some of my friends like Swoop, cheerleaders, the drumline, and more. So join us for this annual celebration of healing and justice. For tickets, go to bearfair.org. That's bearfair.org.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. That's impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
For New Year's, I wanted to try Ozempic, Wegovy, or other GLP-1 medications everyone's talked about. I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text DATE to 200-300 to get started this New Year's with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic for 80 to 90% less, 100% online. Don't wait. Text DATE to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text DATE to 200-300. DATE to 200-300.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville, Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. The art of the deal today. Louisiana Purchase Day. By the way, Monday, one of my top 10 all-time favorite guests in talk radio, William Shatner here.
The Shat's coming on?
Yes, at about 2:15. I think it's one of the first times you and I worked in the morning show. He was on with us.
Yeah.
That I remember. That and the mayor of Chemung, who was a Republican, but wanted to turn it into the marijuana capital.
You got a question for my brother for Shatner, actually.
Okay.
Because Shatner came on, last time he came on, it was just after the spacewalk he did with Bezos,
Right.
remember?
Yep.
So wondering what he thinks about, these Katy Perry and all trying to be trailblazers now
Yes.
and acting like they're the first women in space. And
Yeah. You talk about a guy that has done literally everything imaginable. It's Captain Kirk. It's the Price Club. It's wild stuff. I mean, he's dabbled in everything. So 2:15 on Monday. David Somerset, all-time tight end. Dave, what do you have today?
I tried to catch that ball, Dom. It was underthrown.
Whoa.
What I have today
the try to catch it is the headline.
it was clearly underthrown. He almost took the person's head off, Dom. He could have died.
My best deal is the movie The Sting, because not only did they take Robert Shaw for his money without him knowing it, they had various other side deals all throughout the whole movie that when you watch it in its entirety, you sit there and you say, wow, what a movie.
It is. It's a bit complex, but you're right. In the end, what a movie, what a deal. Joe and Exton. All right, Joe, what do you have?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
When a man and a woman marry, they enter into a contract, a deal to be faithful to each other until death do they part.
That's exactly right. That is the deal.
I feel like, can we now pick another answer with?
Yeah, well, it's like the Ten Commandment answer. There you go. That's the Budge Wire answer, sort of. But Drew in Upper Darby. Drew, what's yours?
Hey, Dom, thanks a lot. Hey, Dom, circa 1991 or 1992, we watched in horror as this one team totally fleeced the other. One team got set back for years. The other went on to win Super Bowls, and that was when the Dallas Cowboys traded Herschel Walker to the Minnesota Vikings under their general manager, Mike Lynn. He got suckered into trading like 10 future-round draft picks for Herschel Walker.
Gotcha.
And we all know what happened to both teams.
Well, reminds me, just take a shot here, Luka Doncic. Boy, what a deal for L.A. I'm so glad of the failure with that guy. I can't be happier. I'll be toasting a drink tonight.
Wait, to who? To Luka failing?
Oh, yeah. I want him to, He's
Interesting.
just, oh, God.
Was Nico Harris invalidated? He was fat and out of shape during that series.
Yeah,
Can't play defense.
that's true. Exactly. Now I think the L.A. coaches. John and Belmar's got an outside the box, though. John, what's yours?
When Ed Rendell swindled the Barnes Foundation a $25 billion art collection for $100 million, and against the will of Albert Barnes, he didn't want anything to do with Philadelphia because they mocked him, They didn't want his art. And then he had it in his will that he wanted to keep in the Lower Merion.
Right.
And Ed Rendell was able to get the deal.
The Art of the Steal. That's the documentary. Yep, that is. Dan, who did you like today?
Man, I cannot say Joe of Exton with the staying faithful to the wife when you get married. I like Jerry Wilmington's Scrub Daddy with Laurie Grenier. I thought was a good one as well.
Wow, that was,
and there was one more I liked. Oh, it was okay. It was Stephen and Mount Laurel with Bobby Bonilla. But if you think about like the worst deals of all time in sports, it's kind of the obvious answer, right? So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it's a good deal for Bobby Bonilla.
It is.
For Bobby, for the
all
Mets.
Right. Yeah, but Henry, what's yours?
I like Jerry and Wilmington's answer, the Shark Tank, Scrub Daddy, all that. I also like Scott and Mount Laurel's answer of Danny and Ozzie Silno and the St. Louis Spirits.
All right. It's a tough call here. So what was your first one again?
Mine?
Yeah.
Joe of Exton.
Yeah, I know that you got Exton. That's on my mind, definitely. That was a good one. Dan, what was yours,
I think
Henry?
Scott would be my clubhouse leader.
Okay. All right, I got to go with Joe of Exton, and that was pretty. All
right,
put that into the hat.
Put it in the hat.
Put it into the hat. All right, who's doing the honors
quick.
here?
Yeah, I got
Let's
you.
go.
All right, Monday we asked for that all-time cover-up. Joe in Columbus said the Hunter Biden laptop. Tuesday we asked for a the or of name.
Right.
Jesse in Drexel Hill noted his favorite surgeon, Jack the Ripper. Wednesday we asked for the lesser version of a good thing. Christian Abington said plastic straws, compared to paper straws. Yesterday, we asked for mispronounced words or phrases. Joe in Bordentown won with the pronunciation of his last name. And then you just heard it here, Joe in Exton with the bond of marriage. So if we put all these into the hat and we roll the dice here. It's number 4. That's Thursday's winner. Joe in Bordentown, you are the winner.
All right, Joe, you're off to the great Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia with a $50 gift card. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. Jim Harvey. Great stuff each week that we've been able to have that. All right, Rich is back. I believe he's in studio for 4 big hours tonight here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.